Okay, things are exploding now. In part 4, Bella is done with mixed signals, Edward is panicking, and even the Cullens can tell the situationship is turning into a supernatural disaster. Secrets come out, feelings get messy, and loyalties shift fast. Alice, I ask quietly, hoping it's not her, then hoping it is her, because otherwise Jas is going to kick my ass. For saying one girl's name while another girl lies half naked on his bed. Hi, Bella, she answers, unembarrassed, sitting up and clutching Jasper's t-shirt against her chest. I guess you didn't see my note, I muse, smirking at them. It's probably under Alice's ass. She lifts up and Jasper finds the note, reading it to himself. His whole face and neck are red, which I suddenly find very funny. I laugh uncontrollably, only trying to control myself when Jasper glares at me. What's so funny, baby swan? He asks, annoyed with me. This whole fucked up situation. How did you two? When? I ask. When I took your bracelet back. Edward wasn't home. Alice and Riley were there though. We just started talking, Jas says, his glare melting into a slight smile. Jasper told me the truth about you two, Alice says soberly, watching me to gauge my reaction. We came here today to tell you the truth about us, but we didn't think you were here. I yelled for you when we got here, Jas says sheepishly. Then well, we thought we were alone. Still laughing a little, I nod. I get it, I remark Riley. No need to explain. Alice clears her throat softly, reclaiming my attention. We haven't told Edward yet, but, Bella, we can't hide it forever. Her eyes are wide and happy. My eyes dart to Jasper's. He's positively beaming at me. As understanding dawns, I smile back at him, getting teary. Ah, you two really. Of course you do, you're perfect for each other. I'm so happy for you both, I stammer, finally managing to get some words out that make sense. Sniffling, I watch as they look at each other. Where's Riley? I can stay with her if you two want a night out or alone or whatever, I offer. Alice swivels her head quickly to look at me. Gosh, Bella, that would be great. She's at Edward's. Could you pick her up and take her back to my house? I promise to be home by midnight, she asks. I didn't really absorb anything after she said, Edward's. I can't. Could you get her and bring her to me? I can't go there see him, I whisper, tears collecting in my eyes again, but not from happiness this time. Since New Year's, the raw pain has slowly subsided, but I know seeing him again so soon would rip me wide open again. I'm getting stronger and I don't want to lose the progress I'm making. Avoidance. Yes, that is the Bella Swan way. Oh, my God. Oh, no, honey. I wouldn't make you. Edward's not there. He's out of town. Riley's there with Esme, she says, talking a mile a minute as she tosses Jasper's shirt aside and pulls her own back on. Esme's redecorating a couple of rooms at Edward's. They're over there testing paint and fabric swatches or something. I'll call her and let her know you're picking Riley up. Who's Esme? I ask, my irrational jealousy flaring, wondering how many freaking women one man needs. He's already engaged to the Ice Princess and now he has a decorator on the side, too. Esme is the woman who was bringing my dad back to life, Alice explains, pausing to look at me and smile softly. They met right before Thanksgiving and have been together ever since. This is the first time I've seen him happy since ever, really. I don't remember much about what life was like before Mom died. Wow, that's great, Alice, I reply, genuinely happy that maybe Edward's family can heal after all these years. Thankfully, she doesn't mention Edward or Rosalie or Edward and Rosalie. Okay, I'll get ready and pick Riley up in half an hour. Thanks, baby swan, Jasper says. You're welcome. It's the least I can do after interrupting. That, I say, waving my hand around at them and laughing as I hurry out of the room. Blank, blank. Even though I know he's not home, my heart is in my throat as I drive to Edward's house. My hands shake as I climb the steps to the front porch and ring the doorbell. The woman who opens the door puts me somewhat at ease though. She's pretty, probably in her early 50s and dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt. You must be Bella, she says, holding out a hand to shake mine. I'm Esme. I've heard so much about you from Carlisle and the family. Hi, Esme. It's nice to meet you. Alice just told me that you and Carlisle. I let my voice trail off. She laughs, getting my meaning as I step inside, then turn to face her in the entry. After she shuts the door, she turns to me, smiling widely. Yes, we've both been alone for a long time. We're good for each other, I think. And we're having a hell of a lot of fun, she says lightheartedly. I laugh with her. Riley and Alice both speak so much about you that I feel like I know you already. Can you sit for a few minutes and chat? I answer yes and walk into the living room, but I can't sit on the couch. Swallowing uncomfortably, I look over to the corner by the bookshelf, letting my eyes land on the big chair and ottoman. I can't sit there either. I finally settle into the stickly rocker and push myself slowly back and forth as Esme and I talk for a few minutes. I like her immediately. Her caramel-colored eyes are warm and seem to draw me out of the shell I'm usually in when I meet new people. After a few minutes though, she checks her watch. Oh, goodness, I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm supposed to be ready for dinner in an hour, she laughs. Let me get Riley for you, she's playing out back. She disappears through the kitchen and out the back door. Standing up from the rocking chair, I wander over to the fireplace mantel. There are new pictures up since I was last here, some new photos of Riley and Alice and several of me. One of Edward and me in San Diego, one of us in New York. One of Riley and me on the porch swing eating ice cream. Not a single picture of Rosalie anywhere I look. I bite my bottom lip, wondering what the hell this means. Bella, don't overanalyze, I tell myself. It probably means Edward hasn't spent a lot of time here since the summer, since the time I spent a lot of time here. Before I can contemplate any further, the back door bangs open and a golden-haired, purple coat-wearing streak races across the floor. Bella, Riley screams, rushing toward me, and launching herself into my arms as I bend down to catch her. We both laugh as I stand back up and she hugs me tightly around the neck. Esme walks back into the room, smiling as she sees us clinging to each other. Our reunion is interrupted by the shrill ringing of the phone. Esme picks up the cordless from the end table beside the couch and frowns at the screen, I assume reading the caller ID, before answering. Hi, Edward, it's Esme, she says when she answers the call. Oh, you're back. No, Riley didn't mention that you called. Esme pauses to look over at Riley. Riley looks back at her for an instant before diving for my neck again, burying her face and pulling my hair around herself to hide from Esme's partly amused, but also a little perturbed look. I squeeze her tight, and pat her back so she knows she's not in trouble with me. No, I'm done here. I was just leaving, she continues, her tawny eyes studying me inquiring. I shake my head minutely. I don't want Edward to know I'm here. I think Riley has a sitter for the night. Yes, I'll tell Alice. Okay, bye. She clicks the phone off and replaces it on the charger, then turns to look at me. He's just getting off the 5. He'll be here in a few minutes, she says quietly, looking sympathetically at me. Apparently, Alice has filled her in on my friendship with Edward. Riley rears back to look at me. Bella, let's wait for Uncle Edward. He'll take us to Zeppi's, she says excitedly, her bright blue eyes twinkling. Sweetie, I'm sure Uncle Edward will be tired from his trip. Besides, I thought we'd try some place new, just you and me. I tempt, she gasps, like a girl's night out. My mommy goes on those. Esme and I both laugh. Exactly, a girl's night, I agree. She wiggles around until I set her due. WN, and then she rushes to hug Esme goodbye. When she pulls me out the door a minute later, I call a hasty, goodbye, and, nice to meet you, over my shoulder, then follow Riley to my car. Quickly, I help her get buckled into the booster seat I borrowed from Alice, desperate to get away before Edward arrives. As I drive away a minute later, I see a black car approaching from behind and wonder if it's Edward's black Audi. Not wanting to stick around and see, I accelerate, speeding off in the opposite direction. Flying again. Blank, underscore, blank. The first week of February, Jasp. And I attend a 4-day conference in Miami. When we originally planned this last fall, we intended to head south to Key West for a week when the conference was over. But now Jasper is going to San Francisco early Friday morning to meet with a potential client. Truthfully, even before the client meeting came up, I had a feeling he'd head back to Seattle rather than Key West at the end of the week. He's absolutely crazy about Alice and doesn't want to be away from her, especially on Valentine's Day next week. Thursday night when the conference is over, Jas and I eat dinner together. He has to leave the hotel at dawn tomorrow to catch his flight to the West Coast. All through the meal, hell, all through the week, he's talked almost non-stop about Alice. I study him now, only half listen to whatever he's telling me about her this time, instead watching the way his Texas skies shine, the way his face lights up, the way he laughs about something she just texted him. He's smitten, besotted, spoken for. And every time I've seen Alice lately, she's looked exactly the same. I'm thrilled for both of them, but especially for Jas, who never gave up hope that the perfect woman for him existed somewhere. I often wondered how I would feel when Jas found someone. He hasn't had a girlfriend that I considered serious since college. I always kind of thought I would feel some measure of jealousy, but I don't. It probably helps that I already know Alice and like her. It definitely helps that I love Riley and know how badly she could use someone like Jas, especially since Alice saw. YS Edward hasn't been around much the last few months. Since Rosalie. I involuntarily shudder, even though I'm sitting right next to the patio heater at the open-air restaurant. Although I know that stewing about her isn't good for me, I let my mind drift back to that day last June in the Hale boardroom, the day I met Rosalie. Her dislike for me was instantaneous and palpable. Edward saw it was because Jack liked me. But now I wonder if it was because Rosalie liked Edward. Still smiling for Jasper, I sigh quietly for myself. Last June doesn't matter. The fact that I was his NYC virgin doesn't matter. The fact that something between Edward and me shifted that weekend doesn't matter. Rosalie has him now. You excited about your week with Jer and Scott, baby swan? Jas asks, pulling me from my childish, self-indulgent musing. Of course. I love any time I spend with any of the Whitlocks, I answer, snapping back to reality. When he insisted that I go on to Scott and Jeremy's without him, I wavered. I've never been down there without Jas. But I also realized that Jas and I are entering a new phase in our friendship, and I'm going to have to get used to doing more on my own because he's going to be with Alice. And Riley. Alice hasn't told Riley about Jasper yet, but says she's planning to soon. She wanted to make sure he was going to stick around, she said. I felt a little guilty when she told me that, knowing that it was difficult for Riley when I suddenly disappeared from her life last fall. But I've stayed with her several times in the last couple of weeks so Jas and Alice could go out, and we've picked up right where we left off. I have the horrible makeover pictures on my phone to prove it. I'm even starting to love purple. So, happy for my best friend, but also a little displaced and wondering where I fit in now. I agreed to spend a week of R&R at Scott and Jer's bed and breakfast. They've been emailing me dueling schedules. Jer's is filled with shopping and touring historical landmarks. Scott's is filled with water sports and touring the finest drinking establishments on Duval Street. Noting my faraway smile, Jas asks what's so funny. Laughing, I fill him in, and then, as I expected, the conversation segues right back to Alice. I can't wait to take Alice down there, he says, smiling widely again. Baby swan, you should come down with us. I told her I want to bring her and Riley down in September. Will you come? Of course, I answer immediately, smiling back. I haven't been very good company this week, have I? He asks softly, his smile descending into a slight frown in a split second. Jas, You've been fine, I argue. No, all I've done is talk about Alice. I know you're still sad and I've done nothing but rub my happiness in your face, he says, screwing his mouth sideways a bit the way he does when something bugs him. Jasper Whitlock, you listen to me and you listen good, I say, leaning across the table a bit and lowering my voice to Mama Whitlock's intonation. You, more than anyone I know, are due for a double shot of happy, and for that matter, so is Alice. This just couldn't have worked out better. Baby swan, he begins. But I hold my palm out toward him. Hush now, I command, using Mama's tone again, and smiling genuinely at my best friend. She's perfect for you. She is pretty great, he allows, nodding. We spend the next few minutes discussing her some more and then walk to the elevator together. When we part ways outside my door, we hug tightly. See you back at home, he says, twisting us side to side a bit. Need a ride from the airport? Quote, yeah, probably. I'll call you, okay? I ask. Yep. Have fun with the boys, he says, pulling away from me. And Bella, I think when you get back to Seattle, it might be time for you to try on someone new. Ah, here comes the eternal optimist matchmaker. For the last 2 weeks, Jas has been trying to set me up with some guy he plays poker with, or some guy he knows from college. Or some guy he met in line at Starbucks. Usually, I turn him down flat, but tonight, for the first time, I think he might be right. I nod and he winks back at me. Thankfully, he spares me the pep talk that normally accompanies these attempts. Gimme some sugar, he says instead, leaning in to kiss me. Since I found out about him and Alice, we kiss on the cheek instead of the lips. I would never want her to think there were romantic feelings attached to our friendship. It would hurt her and could ultimately damage my friendships with both of them. We say goodnight and I let myself into my room, locking the safety latch and then leaning back against the door with a big sigh. Inevitably, I think of Edward again, his insistence that Jasper felt more than friendship for me. His belief that Jasper and I are together now. He's wrong about both things, but I only tried to convince him he was wrong about one. I should have tried harder to tell him that I'm not in love with Jasper. Would it have mattered to him? As I get undressed and wash my face, I wonder. As I pack my suitcase, I wonder. As I turn out the light and lie between the cold, smooth sheets alone, I come up with 2 answers. My head says no, but my heart says yes. Blank. Late the next morning, I wait impatiently as the bellman puts my bags into the trunk of my rented convertible while I toss my tote bag and purse into the back seat. As soon as I'm in the car, I lower the top on the car, pull my hair into a ponytail and put on my sunglasses. Before long, I'm heading south on Highway 1. The sun warming my skin, the wind whipping my hair. This is really the only way to drive the overseas highway through the Keys. I haven't traveled a lot in my life. I can't imagine a more beautiful drive than this one, hopping island to island across bridges and surrounded by turquoise blue sea. At one especially stunning point, I pull off to take some pictures. Standing on the side of the road, looking out at the vastness of the ocean in front of me through the lens of my camera, I have an epiphany. I'm going to be okay. No matter what happens with Edward, with Jasper and Alice, I'll live through it, and I realize that for the first time in a long time, I am content to be alone. I'm not afraid to spend time by myself. That reinforces my decision. Maybe I'm ready to date again because it's okay with me if I don't. Thoughts of Edward intrude, as they always seem to, but the accompanying feeling is less painful than before. It still stings a bit. I still love him. I think I always will, but I feel hopeful. I feel like I can make room for someone new, can have a relationship with someone else while still treasuring my memories of him, of us. Discarding my flip-flops and smiling to myself, I lower the camera from my face and stroll across the sandy beach, looking out at the water, feeling more like myself than I have since late August. I am healing. I can let him go now. I want him to be happy and I want to be happy too. A few minutes later, still smiling at my newfound sense of peace, I get back in the car and drive the rest F the way to Key West singing along with the radio. It's almost sunset when I pull into Jeremy and Scott's driveway. I sigh happily as I turn the car off and look longingly at the hammock under the banyan tree on the side of the house. I will be spending some time there this week, I vow. Baby swan, I hear from the porch. Turning my head to look at the house, I sigh deeply. The bed and breakfast is like a fairy tale confection. A sunny yellow house with white, gingerbread trim and a wide, white front porch. Green wicker furniture is scattered along the veranda and dotted with bright pink cushions. If Lily Pulitzer made houses, they would look like this. Finally resting my eyes on Jeremy, I wave, grinning and seeing him grinning crazily back at me. Get your ass up here, he calls. Grabbing my bag from the backseat, I walk quickly up the sidewalk, launching myself into his arms when I'm close enough. He hugs me tightly and carries me inside the house where Scott emerges from the kitchen doorway to hug me next. Jer takes me up to the room that is mine for the week, telling me to come down when I'm ready. Unhurriedly, I unpack and freshen up, allowing myself to do everything slowly, instead of rushing through life the way I often do at home. When I'm finished, I go back downstairs and find Scott and Jer waiting for me on the back deck with wine and food. They've built a new pergo. Lean back and we sit at the table under it, eating by the light of the tiny globe lights strung above. I love this, I remark, gesturing to all the new outdoor settings. We used to always sit by the small pool, but this part of the yard is beautiful, too. We built it for our friend's wedding and it looked so good that we've been advertising it on the website, Jer says proudly. We've booked weddings for all the weekends in May and June. That's great, I say, smiling widely. Jer is so good at this. He used to be a party planner, but hated the stress of supervising plated dinners for thousands of people. This is his ideal job. Scott is an attorney on the island and jokes that he mostly pleads down speeding tickets or drunk and disorderly citations now, but he's very well respected. I'm startled when my phone rings a few minutes later, then roll my eyes at Jer as I answer. Hi, Jas, I say with a laugh. Hey, baby swan, just making sure you rolled on in safely, he drawls. Yes, Dad, I arrived in one piece. Now your brother and Scott are plying me with food and drink, I say. How is San Fran? It was good. I'm at the airport now, heading back north. I can't be away from Alice any longer, he says. Ah, young love, I say snickering a little. Jeremy's frowning at me. Jasper Whitlock, why does your brother look like he doesn't know what the hey I'm talking about? I haven't told my family about her yet, he says sheepishly. All right, I'm handing the phone over, I say, giving Jeremy the phone. Jer and Jas talk for several minutes, then I take the phone back to say goodbye. Wait, baby swan, I need to tell you something. Alice and I are telling Edward the truth this weekend. So he's going to know that there's no you and me, okay? His voice is soft. He's nervous, I think, about my answer. Yes, Jasper, I don't expect to hear from Edward anyway. But you and Alice shouldn't hide your relationship, I insist firmly. Jasper exhales loudly into the phone. I know, it hasn't been a good week for him though. Did you hear that James Hale was arrested yesterday? No, I didn't, I say, my heart rate accelerating. It's there again, something at the edge of my mind tugging my arm. Wanting attention. But Jasper starts speaking again, interrupting my runaway train of thought. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened yet. I just found out a couple of hours ago. I guess he was trying to undermine Jack's authority with the board at one point, but what's going on now is somehow related to a new operating system Hale has coming out next year, Jas says. I was never really aware of what they were working on. I hedge, trying to speak normally even though I'm having trouble breathing right. I know a little, but it's information I had because of my proximity to Edward last summer. Not because of my job. From what he told me though, it could propel Hale to the top of the software world. I'm kind of surprised Emmett hasn't called you. He said yeah, CK and Edward both asked for you yesterday, Jasper admits quietly. I swallow uncomfortably and take a big drink of my wine pretending it's Pepto. He didn't call, I say unnecessarily. He and Tyler must have handled everything then. Jasper soothes, probably recognizing the panic creeping into my voice. Taking a deep breath, I push away my worry for Edward and focus instead on Alice and Riley. I hope this development means that Alice will be safe from interference from James. I know Edward was worried when James moved back to Seattle, afraid that he'd start messing with Alice or, worse, figure out Riley as his daughter. Yeah, I say distractedly, madly trying to find the serenity I had earlier today. Damn it, shit, I have to board my flight. Listen, I'm not calling you this week because I want you to relax. But you call me if you need anything, he says hurriedly. In the background, I hear the scanner beep as it reads his boarding pass. Okay, love you, Jasper. Good luck this weekend. I'm so happy for you, I say, meaning every word. We hang up and I go back to my conversation with Scott and Jeremy, concentrating on taking slow breaths and listening to them and drinking just one extra glass of wine so that I can forget about Edward. I wish it worked. Blank, underscore, blank. This place is more fantastic each time I'm here, guys. You need a maid or a baker. I want to live here. I say wistfully as I sip my coffee in the kitchen the next morning. Say the word, Bella, and we'll keep you, Jeremy says. My little brother would never speak to me again, but I do have 3 other brothers. So who cares? I laugh, but I was half serious. I really could move here. I could leave all the drama behind and live a carefree life in the sun and fun except for hurricanes. And Jasper and Emmett, and Angela, and Alice and Riley, oh well, it would have been fun. I'll just have to settle for spending time here every year. When Jeremy leaves the kitchen to serve breakfast to the other guests, I ask Scott if he knows any available straight guys on the island. Despite my decline back into Edwardland last night, this morning I am forcing myself back to plan A, try someone new. Yeah, a bunch. What are you after? He asks, looking up from his bowl of cereal. I don't know, a little fun, I say, smiling at him. Then I decide I'd better be more specific. But no drunks or manwhores. Well, that whittles the list down substantially, he laughs. Do they have to be relationship material? No, this is just an experiment. To see if I'm ready to tread back into the dating pool. I figure it will be safer here since I'll be gone in 8 days, I laugh. Sure, I can set something up. We were planning to take you out on Mark's boat tomorrow night. I could invite someone for you, he offers. I smile and nod. He stands up and offers a hand to me, pulling me to my feet and then into a hug. Bella, I don't think it's any secret that all of us were a little worried about you at Thanksgiving. I'm proud of you, the way you've pulled yourself back up, Scott says. I squeeze him a little tighter and exhale contentedly. Thank you, I whisper, silently vowing to be as strong as he thinks I am. Blank, underscore, blank. I spend the day lying by the pool, walking on the beach and reading Hemingway in the hammock. Saturday night, Scott drags me down to Sloppy Joe's for drinks while Jeremy stays back at the B&B to tend to their guests. Scott and I have a great time, drinking shots and beers until everything and everyone is funny. Momentarily, I worry about the excessive drinking, but then realize this feels different. This is fun with a friend, not drinking to drown out feelings. During the course of the night, Scott introduces me to a guy sitting near us at the bar. Brady. He's blonde, tan and cute. He moves over next to us to talk and is a little flirty with me. While Brady's talking to someone else, Scott turns to me. So, I'm thinking of inviting him as your date tomorrow night. He already knows everybody else going, so he'll fit right in. Is he okay? He whispers, smiling at me. Yeah, he's cute, seems nice, I answer. But don't call it a date, okay? It's just hanging out. He agrees and must mention it to Brady while I'm in the bathroom because when I come back, Brady asks what I like to drink, saying he'll bring it tomorrow for the boat ride. We talk a little about drinks and finally settle on him surprising us all with something. As Scott and I walk back to the Palms later, I feel happier than I have in a long time. Spending time here with my friends, having a hot semi-date, and relaxing in the sun have all done wonders for my attitude in just one day. As I snuggle into bed, I almost don't think of Edward at all. Almost. Blank. Blank. Hey, Bella, Brady says, squinting at me in the mid-afternoon sun. He reaches a hand out to help me as I step onto the boat. Hi, Brady, I answer, smiling at him. He's as cute as I remember, the blonde streaks in his hair shining in the sun, his light green eyes standing out against his lightly tanned skin. When I grasp his hand and his fingers close firmly around mine, I feel a spike of something rush through me. Oh, my God, I'm physically attracted to him. I haven't been attracted to anyone since Edward, haven't felt the tingles spread across my skin since Edward. Until now, it's not as immediate, not as jolting as I remember, but the flicker of desire is there, nonetheless. Guess the girls didn't shrivel up and die without Edward after all. That makes me smile, not because I don't have Edward. That still makes me sad. I smile because I think this is another sign that I'm healing, slowly. It feels good. Once I'm on board, Brady squeezes my hand gently and then lets go, offering to take my bag. I let him, following him as he carries it inside the small galley kitchen to put away the food Jeremy and I made for the afternoon and evening we plan to spend on the boat. I ask him questions about his life and he reciprocates as we work in tandem to find a place for everything in the fridge and small cabinets. Then I help him make a pitcher of margaritas and a pitcher of something else with rum which we pass out to everyone outside. When we're done, he makes a berry vodka and soda for me and a rum and coke for himself. Then we carefully climb to the front of the boat to sit in the sun. Finally, Mark starts the engine and we pull away from the dock and head out, planning to cruise close to shore. Brady and I continue to talk easily, both of us eventually pulling our shirts off to soak up more of the sun. I slide my shorts off, too, even though I'm self-conscious about sitting here in my tiny bikini bottoms. When I packed for this trip, I thought I was only going to be hanging around Scott and Jer and their friends. I wasn't planning on a date being around, too. These bottoms show way more skin than I normal. Why would around someone I don't know that well? Brady sits close to me, our arms bumping together several times as we each point at different things we see: dolphins, pelicans, really cool houses. He walks me down when I need to use the restroom and waits to help me back up, fixing us fresh drinks and grabbing snacks for us before we settle ourselves again. When he notices me wiggling around trying to get comfortable with nothing to lean against, he convinces me to sit in between his outstretched legs and rest against him. When I lean back against his chest, my heart speeds up a bit and I feel his beating rapidly against my left shoulder, too. He's talkative, but not annoying, not conceited at all even though he's made a pretty good name for himself as a South Florida local interest writer. It feels nice to sit skin to skin, to feel the rumble in his chest against my back when he laughs. After an hour, Scott joins us on the front of the boat. I hear him coming and start to scoot away from Brady, but he hooks an arm around my waist from behind. "Where are you going?" Brady asks, leaning down so his mouth is right next to my left ear. His voice is hushed, raspy. Goosebumps erupt WN my left arm as the warmth of arousal spreads slowly, warmly, through my veins. "I didn't know if you'd want me to be sitting here in front of people," I answer breathlessly. "I want you sitting here," he responds. Smiling, I relax against him once more and tentatively rest my elbows on the top of his thighs. He traces the backs of his fingers down my right arm slowly, ending at my hand and intertwining our fingers. "Is this okay?" he whispers, just as Scott sits beside us, facing us. I nod, then crane my neck to look back up at Brady. He smiles down at me. Scott entertains us with stories About some of the crazier guests they've had at the inn, and Brady chimes in with a few stories of his own about some of the legendary Key West locals. He tells me about the article he's writing for a South Florida magazine. I'm listening, but since I'm on my second tall glass of vodka and soda, resting against a firm, warm chest, in the hot sun, I'm having trouble staying plugged in. I have my eyes closed most of the time, turning my face toward the sun like a flower. Do you have any sunscreen, Bella? You're getting a little pink, Scott says. Brady offers to go get it from my bag, leaving Scott and me alone for a moment. So, you look happy, Scott says with a laugh. Are you coming home tonight, daughter? Or will you be shacking up? Stop it, I say, smacking his arm lightly and laughing with him. I'm not shacking up. I might make out with him for a while though. Yeah, he's cute. He seems to like you, too. But I'm not sure monogamy is his thing, Bella, Scott warns. Well, since I'm only here for a week, I don't really care about that. I'm not hopping in bed with him or anything, if that's what you're worried about. But he's highly kissable, I say, leaning over against Scott. Damn straight, Scott says. I mean, damn, I wish he wasn't straight. We both laugh and then he begs me not to tell Jeremy he said that. When Brady comes back, he spreads a towel out for me and encourages me to lie on my stomach for a while. He sunscreens my back, and I feel the rush of desire again when he spends more time than necessary on the area right above my bikini bottoms. I think you got that spot already, I point out teasingly. Really, it doesn't look like it. I'd hate to have you sunburnt due to my negligence, he answers lightly. Jesus, you TW are making me horny just watching you, Scott says with a smile. I'm going to go find my man. He stands up and walks to the back of the boat. A minute later, we hear all of the guys back there laughing. Think they're talking about us? I ask, smiling, as Brady lies down on his stomach beside me. He smiles back. Definitely. We're a rare Key West species, the heteros, he says, and we both laugh. They're probably spying on us, too, like little old ladies. Should we give them something to watch? I raise my eyebrows at him and stare at him as he takes his sunglasses off and lays them down. His light green eyes sparkle in the sunlight. Are you going to kiss me? I ask flirtatiously as he raises onto his elbows and starts to lean my way. I push my sunglasses up to the top of my head so he can see my eyes. I'd like to kiss you. You're not gonna slap me or anything, right? He asks, his smile widening as he closes the distance between us. I have a sudden urge to trace the smile lines around his mouth, so I do, ing my index finger to run along the two curvy indentations. Right, I reply. Then his lips are on mine, soft and warm and tasting of rum. It's an awkward position, so after a couple of short kisses, we both pull away and lay our heads back down. We smile at each other and hold hands between our shoulders, talking quietly for a while until he yawns and closes his eyes. I fall asleep, too, waking up as the sun is sliding slowly into the ocean an hour or so later. Brady is sitting beside me, watching me, smiling at me. When I start to get up, he scrambles to his feet to pull me up and steady me, then we walk to the back of the boat. We spend the next 2 hours eating and drinking with the 4 other couples. Then Brady takes my hand and lures me toward the front again. Our towels are where we left them earlier and we lie down again, on our backs this time, and look up at the stars. He points out several constellations, some of which I knew, and then his face hovers over mine, blocking out the sky. Bella, I'd like to see you again before you go back to Seattle, he says quietly. I'd like that, too, I respond. And I would. I like him. He leans down to kiss me again and I slide my arms around him immediately. We breathe into each other and then he uses his tongue to lick across my bottom lip. That's all it takes to fully awaken my body from the Edward slumber it's been in. I own quietly into his mouth and he grunts back. Our kisses become more fervent until finally he pulls back, then drops a kiss onto my shoulder. I have to stop before I embarrass us both, he murmurs against my skin. I have to drive to Miami tomorrow afternoon and I won't be back until Wednesday, but I'd love to see you tomorrow morning and take you to dinner Wednesday night. That sounds great, Brady, I agree, taking his outstretched hand and letting him pull me up to sit beside him. We spend the rest of the evening that way, arms and hands intertwined, trading kisses every few minutes. Eventually, everyone else except Mark, who's driving, joins us, bringing a couple of bottles of red wine and some cups with them. Brady doesn't stop kissing me even though the spies are much closer now. The taste of the red wine on his lips is sweet, pungent, intoxicating. It feels good to like someone again even though it's not the same as Edward. But I don't think anything will ever be that strong, that all-consuming, again. By the time Brady hugs and kisses me goodbye on the dock and I reluctantly follow Scott and Jer up the walkway back to land, I'm definitely smitten though. He sure is a pretty thing, baby swan, Jeremy remarks. I turn to look back once more, watching as he helps tie the boat and then stands, his hands resting on his lean hips. He sees me looking and waves. I wave back before turning around again. He sure is, I agree with a smile. Blank. Monday morning, Brady comes to the Palms for breakfast. We eat by the pool, talking and Eve, chewily swimming for a little while before he has to leave. Once he's gone, I hang around the house, helping Jeremy with a few things. I bake some cookies, then some muffins, then some cupcakes. Jeremy really does try to hire me then. Laughing, I tell him if things work out with Brady, I'll take the job. While we're sitting by the pool late Monday night, Jer's cell phone rings. Pulling it from his pocket, he looks briefly at the screen before holding it to his ear. Hey, baby bro, he says. What's up? Jer's eyes widen and he sits up from his lounge chair. Really? He says quietly into the phone. Yeah, she's okay, hang on. Jeremy's eyes slide my way as he stands up, then he turns and walks briskly toward the house. What the hell? I ask, turning to look at Scott. He shrugs, seemingly just as clueless as me. Jeremy reappears several minutes later and retakes his seat. It was Joey, he explains when I look quizzically at him. He just had a couple of questions. Hey, baby swan, did you know Joey's dating that Maggie chick? No way, I exclaim. He and Scott fill me in on all the latest news from Texas. It doesn't occur to me until I'm in bed later that they effectively dive. RTED me from whatever was really going on. Tuesday Scott works from home and covers the B&B so Jeremy and I can spend the day out. We shop, we sun, we climb to the top of the lighthouse. He stands next to me and holds all my bags as I get a beaded braid put in the right side of my hair at one of the street kiosks. I'm way too old for this, but it is my vacation. I'll take it out when I get back home. Tuesday night, Jer gets the inn's cleaning lady, Mrs. Clearwater, to stay at the house so the three of us can go out to dinner. While we're at eating, I get a text from Jasper. You're welcome, baby swan. I have no idea what he's talking about. You'll see. Perplexed, I ask the boys if they know what he's talking about. They both feign innocence, but exchange a look. Did you guys get me a hot stripper or something? I ask jokingly. They don't laugh, but smile at me. Not real smiles, uncomfortable smiles. Oh, shit, boys. I do not like surprises, I warn. I know, baby swan. Jer says sympathetically, reaching over to squeeze my shoulder reassuringly. Quit worrying. Let's finish eating and then we'll walk to Kelly's for a nightcap. Okay, I sigh loudly. He knows he'll get me with Kelly's. It's one of my favorite places to go on the island. All right, but there better not be any funny business, boys. I mean it. Whatever your brother's up to, you'd better not be in on it. In fact, you'd better put a stop to it. Jer and Scott exchange another look, but then distract me by bickering about what color to paint the parlor. Relaxing somewhat, I listen with amusement. They sound just like Mama and Big Daddy. Well, except Big Daddy would never bicker about paint color. Once we're finished, We begin leisurely strolling the several blocks to Kelly's. Jer and Scott are on either side of me and seem to be consciously keeping me in between them because every time I veer a little, they do, too. I wander back the other way, they do, too. Cautiously, I look around wondering if we're in a bad part of town, but we don't seem to be. Inexplicably, I feel nervous when we turn the final corner and I can see Kelly's at the end of the block. My body seems to recognize something I don't, descending into fight or flight mode again, stomach churning, palms sweating, heart racing. I'm still walking between the guys and I have a brief GHT that they're protecting me from something or keeping me from fleeing from something. Trying to control my shallow breaths, I glance up at Jer, then turn to look at Scott. Both of them smile tightly at me. Scott places a hand on my lower back to keep my pace steady when I hesitate. The street is fairly crowded for a Tuesday, and the noise of the crowd, plus the sound of the steel drum band music being piped out of Kelly's, makes it difficult for me to concentrate on what Scott and Jer, and Jasper, have planned for me. As we're crossing Tay Street toward Kelly's, I glance toward the dimly lit brick steps at the entrance. There are several people standing around in the shadows, talking, laughing, smoking. It all seems harmless. Still on edge, I wipe my palms on the sides of my shorts. Try to breathe normally, but something is off. I feel I'm scared to feel what I feel. The following sequence of events seems to happen in slow motion as all external noise fades to the background. As shadow people move and shift, I'm only aware of the sound of my thundering heartbeats, the sound of my flip-flops slapping my heels with every step. As I walk, I glance down at my feet, trying to match the sounds with what I see. When I look back up, I see a man standing alone at the bottom of the steps. He's tall, broad-shouldered. His hands are stuffed in the front pockets of his shorts. It's dark, so I can't see his face, but I would know that messy-haired silhouette anywhere. Edward's here. I stop abruptly, stop walking, stop moving, stop breathing. As I flex my knees, trying to keep my legs from buckling, I feel Jeremy slide his arm through mine to hold me up, or hold me in place. I'm not sure which. My body, acutely aware of Edward's presence before I saw him, continues to react to his proximity. My legs remain motionless, but I draw a shaky breath, willing my racing heart to slow down. Emotions race through me in no particular order: confusion, relief, surprise. What is he doing here? Why would Scott and Jer lead me right to him? When I see him start walking toward us, I try to take a step backward, but with Scott's hand on my lower back and Jer's arm wrapped securely around mine, I find that I can't move away, can't flee, the way I want to. Oh, hell no, I seethe, impressing myself with the quiet steel of my voice. My voice doesn't betray my panicked state yet. Let me go. Sorry, sugar. Jer drawls quietly. Jasper warned us that you'd try to run. Well, that's annoying. I wasn't aware that Jasper realized I fly when faced with difficulty. Bella, you're strong enough to handle this. Scott adds. Jasper sent him to talk to you. Fucking Whitlock Batinskis, I mutter, my anger flaring when I hear Scott and Jer chuckle softly. Edward is getting closer, and as he emerges from the shadows, I get my first real look at him. He looks tired and nervous and beautiful. Edward stops about 2 feet in front of me and I see him swallow. Hi, Bella, he says, his normally smooth voice sounding strangely raspy. Edward, I reply warily. This is Jeremy Whitlock, Jasper's brother, and this is Scott Holt. Edward shakes hands with each of them in turn, but swings his eyes right back to my face afterward. His green eyes, once my downfall, have not lost any of their potency over the last few months. I feel myself sinking into them at once and know I'll have to fight like hell to keep my distance. Me, a fighter, not so much. Edward licks his top lip quickly before he speaks. Bella, can I talk to you for a few minutes? Please. Refusing to give in to the swirling emotions inside, I force my face to remain expressionless, but I know that if he can see my eyes, he'll know exactly how much turmoil I'm in. Greedily, my eyes roam his face, the paw, In of seeing him again, slowly being overtaken by the joy of seeing him again. What's he doing here? What does he want? In one little corner of my mind, a realization begins to bloom, demanding attention. I push it away and force myself to think rationally as I close my eyes briefly. He's a client, he's just a client. A client who flew literally from one corner of the country to the opposite one to talk to me, probably about business. That makes sense, right? I open my eyes and repeat it to myself, just a client. My traitorous brain is a few steps ahead of me though and is putting the puzzle pieces together before I can stop it. All those things during all these weeks that have bothered me are clicking into place. Luckily, denial and I are old friends. I find that slipping right back into He's safety of a world of my own creation is easy. And in that world, Bella is just an advertiser and Edward is just a client. Yes, of course, I answer, trying on my client voice. I feel confident then, and I think I sound it, too. Edward exhales in a gust. Thank you, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. When I step forward, my captors let go of me and Edward turns to the side, allowing me to move past him and lead the way into Kelly's. Silently, we walk up the shadowy steps and into the bar area. Stopping, I turn to face the three of them. Lucy, Ethel, you two schemers have a seat at the bar. Edward and I need to talk alone, I say, leveling Scott and Jeremy with a Mama Whitlock glare that lets them know immediately that they are not out of the woods yet. They veer to the left and sit down on bar stools before I turn back around and lead Edward outside to the courtyard. I choose a table near the middle where I can see Scott and Jer sitting inside the open-air bar. When Edward tries to help me with my chair, I wave him off. I got it, I say, scooting myself in. Edward sits down across from me and takes a deep breath. Bella, he begins. Hang on, I interrupt. The waitress is coming. There's no way I'm letting him take charge here. I need to maintain some of the control. Our waitress is young and pretty. She tells us that the gentlemen at the bar have ordered my drink, but asks Edward what he wants. He orders a beer and then looks over at me. Are you hungry, Bella? He asks. No, I answer shortly, then realize how rude I sounded. I adjust my tone as I ask, are you? I could eat, he replies. Shrugging like it doesn't matter either way, but I see him eyeing the food on the tables near ours. Order something, Edward. The crab cakes here are to die for, I say. Edward orders the crab cakes and the waitress suggests a cup of conch chowder, too. After he agrees, she disappears. Bella, I don't know if you've talked to Jasper, Edward begins, looking at me for confirmation one way or the other. Not since Friday, I answer. I assume you know about them. He asks. Yes, I answer. I think it's great. I smile slightly. He nods. Yeah, I think so, too now, he says, smiling slightly, too. I was pretty pissed off when I first arrived at Alice's though, before they told me. When I walked in and saw Jasper with his arms wrapped around her, I thought he was cheating on you. Oh, I say, rolling my lips together as the smile fades from my face. We were never, I remark, shaking my head and letting my voice trail off. I discovered that after I hit Jasper, he admits. His face reddening in shame. You hit him? I ask, incredulously, leaning forward across the table, momentarily forgetting my keep my distance motto. Well, I thought he was you and Alice, he stammers. Neither of you deserves to be hurt. While I'm still processing the fact that he tried to defend my honor, he continues. But they told me the truth fairly quickly and I apologized to both of them, he says. And then I told some truth of my own and that's when Alice hit me. He smirks and shakes his head slightly and I can't help smiling softly back at him. Why did Alice hit you? I ask, putting my elbows on the table and using one hand to prop my chin. I'm vaguely aware that I'm still leaning toward him, that my body language is much too open, but I can't help it. Damn green-eyed white lightning. She was pissed. I should have told her earlier what was going on. I should have told you, too, he says, his voice filled with regret. Told me what was going on with what? Frowning, I reason that he must be talking about Rosalie. He came all the way here to apologize for not telling me about her. That cures me of my leaning forward tendencies. I immediately retreat, slumping back in my chair and crossing my arms over my chest. Then, realizing how that looks, I lower them to my lap. No need to look hostile and betray the fact that this man still holds my heart in his hands. I can't see how it matters now, Edward. I've moved on. Just because it wasn't with Jas doesn't mean it isn't true, I insist. Edward nods but doesn't speak, studying me silently. The waitress sets down a water for each of us, then my drink, a bright blue concoction in a hurricane glass, and Edward's beer. I pick mine up and take a sip from the straw, then turn and give Scott and Jer a thumbs up. Before turning back to Edward, I force a smile onto my face even though I'm dreading having to hear the rest of his apology about Rosalie. Bella, I know it might be too late. Too late for me to say what I need to say to you, he insists, leaning across the table toward me. I drop my eyes to the tabletop, twisting my glass back and forth and watching the sloshing blue liquid. Waiting for Edward to say whatever it is that he needs to get off his chest. When he remains quiet, it occurs to me that he's waiting to see that he has my attention, so I take a deep, calming breath and raise my gaze back to his face. When I was in Europe with Jack, James started emailing me calling me. I didn't think he knew about Riley, but he did. He threatened Christ, Bella. I wish I wasn't screwing up this explanation, he says, raking his hand through the top of his hair twice. Edward is uncharacteristically flustered. At this moment, the urge I have to hug him, comfort him, is so strong that I have to talk myself into staying in my own seat. My traitorous body is leaning forward again though. Edward, it's okay. Just talk to me, I say gently, wanting to make it easier for him. He swallows before he continues. He told me he would take Alice to court, take Riley away unless I did some very specific things. Jesus, I should have told you all of this when it happened. But I was so shocked that he even knew Riley existed and so scared about what he'd do that I agreed without thinking it all through. I'm shocked, too, that Jamie knew about Riley. I feel sick thinking of him being anywhere near her. Why would he? He doesn't strike me as the kind of person who even likes kids. Why would he want Riley? I ask, my own concern mirroring Edward's. He didn't. He wanted more power at Hale and he knew from experience that I would do anything to protect Alice. He just upped the ante by including Riley this time, too, Edward says flatly. He knew, Bella. He knew about her the entire time, her whole life. You mean he knew Alice was pregnant with his baby and never talked to her, never helped her, never wanted to meet Riley? What kind of a fucked up person does that? I ask as anger begins to rise inside me. James, he replies dryly. What an asshole, I say furiously, but quietly. With a shaking hand, I grab the straw of my drink and take another sip, hoping the icy mixture will cool my temper. I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry you went through it alone. I would have helped you. I'm not sure how this changes things now though, Edward. Maybe it doesn't, he concedes, shrugging. But I knew that you would have helped me, knew how much you love Riley, too. And I knew that James would use that against us, especially since he saw. I think he could tell how I felt about you when he saw us in San Diego. Click, click. It's taking more and more effort for me to push these realizations away. But I try to focus on Edward again. I was afraid he'd use us against each other, so I had to make him think that you and I weren't together. That's why I stopped seeing you publicly. It wasn't Jack, he says, exhaling in relief once he admits the lie. Jack did hear you were with me in San Diego, that part was true. But he didn't order me to break things off. I lied to you and I'm sorry. I nod, looking down as I swallow painfully around the lump in my throat. Neither of us says anything as the waitress sets Edward's food down, along with another beer for him and another drink for me. The drinks are courtesy of your friends at the bar, she says. Can I get you anything else? I shake my head and Edward answers no, then she disappears again. I look back up to find Edward watching me. He picks up his fresh beer at the same time I pick up my glass. But instead of raising the bottle to his lips, he tilts the neck of it across the table, wanting me to tap my glass against it before we drink. Do you know how that custom originated? Clinking glasses. I ask. Edward's face relaxes for the first time tonight and he breaks into that crooked smile that I always adored. No, but I bet you do, he replies, chuckling softly. Hundreds of years ago, it wasn't unusual for people to poison their enemies with tainted wine. So it became common practice at dinners for the host to allow the guests to pour a little of their wine into his goblet. Then he would drink first to show that the wine was free of poison, I say levelly. But if the guest trusted the host, he would touch his goblet to the hosts and they would drink at the same time. I read that once somewhere. Then I read it wasn't true somewhere else. I don't really care if it's true or not. I just want Edward to know why I'm not tapping my glass against his beer bottle. Shall we toast the guys at the bar? I ask, driving home my point that I don't trust Edward, not yet. He shouldn't trust me either. I've lied just as much as he has. Slowly, he nods at me. So we're enemies? He asks quietly. We're not friends, Edward. Not anymore, not right now, I state. I see him swallow, and then he lifts his beer away from me and toward the bar. I raise mine, too. And Scott and Jer raise theirs in return, then we all take a drink. I'm pretty sure Jer winks at me, too. Once we're facing each other again, Edward licks his lips, then lowers his eyes to the food in front of him. Eat, Edward. I won't run away between bites or anything, I chide. I would sort of like to run away, even though I know it won't solve anything. I take another sip of my drink and watch as Edward takes a bite of the chowder. This is good. Do you want a bite? He asks, looking up at me. No, thanks, we just ate, I say. I guess my dinner companions knew you were coming, huh? Yeah, I guess. I think Jasper called his brother while we were at the bar last night. Right after he made my airline reservations, Edward says, looking at me briefly before he looks down at his food again. You were at a bar with Jas and Alice last night? I ask, surprised. No, Jasper and I were at a bar after my sister hit me and kicked me out of her house. She told Jasper to talk me somewhere and beat some sense into me, he chuckles. We went to a bar, talked, and drank whiskey until everything made sense. In my vast experience with Jas, that's usually around 1 a.m., I remark. Smiling a real smile for the first time tonight. That sounds about right. He told me to get my sorry, yellow-bellied, lily-livered ass down here and apologize to you, he answers, laughing with me when I break into the giggles. When our laughter dies down, he shrugs. I like him. Everybody likes Jasper, I confirm quickly. I've never met anyone who outright dislikes him. I didn't before last night. Edward argues just as quickly. When I thought you were in love with him when Alice said he brought the bracelet back, I hated him then. You were never in love with him. Embarrassed about lying to him earlier. I force myself to keep looking in his eyes as I shake my head. No, I say quietly, stirring my drink with the straw. I lean down to take a sip, never letting my eyes slip away from Edward's. He smiles slightly as he spears his first bite of crab cake, then moans as soon as it's in his mouth. I know. They're the best, I laugh, beginning to feel more at ease. I get them every time we come here. So, talk to me while I finish eating, he says. What have you been up to since you got down here? Still smiling, I tell him in detail about my last few days, surprised at how easily I fall back into casual conversation with him after all the talk about not being friends anymore. For a few minutes, it's as if no time has passed since September at all. At first, I decide to leave out the parts that include Brady, but when I'm coming to the end of my story, I change my mind, concluding that I don't want to lie to him about anything again. And there's a guy, I say quietly, chuckling a little when I think about Brady. What guy? Edward asks, his eyes downcast as he cuts another bite of crab cake. His voice has dropped an octave lower than it was a moment ago. His name is Brady. He's a writer. He's nice, I offer, tapping my fingernails lightly against my glass. You would like him. Doubtful, he answers, still looking at his plate. He doesn't sound angry exactly. He definitely doesn't sound happy though. And that pisses me off. He doesn't have any right to be upset that I'm seeing someone else. Grow up, Edward. You're fucking engaged to Rosalie Hale, I spit, watching his face for reaction. As soon as his fork hits the plate with a loud clank, as soon as his eyes snap up to meet mine, I know the truth. Click. That persistent, pesky thought that kept pulling at the corner of my mind. Click. For weeks I've refused to let the idea fully develop. Click. But the instant I saw him tonight, I knew why he was here. I hold my breath and wait for him to admit it. Oh, God, Bella. I thought you realized. I'm not, he insists earnestly, leaning across the table toward me. I'm not engaged. I've never even dated Rosalie. I exhale the breath I was holding all at once in a noisy huff of air, and sit with my mouth slightly agape as tears fill my eyes. I love you, Bella, he says softly. Only you. I feel a tear slide down my left cheek as I continue looking into his deep green eyes. I've seen his eyes guarded so many times, suppressing whatever emotion he was feeling inside. But right now, they're open, honest, hopeful. Sniffling, I try desperately to keep from dissolving into a hysterical, sobbing mess. When Edward reaches a hand across the table toward me, I know I have to get away. I won't be able to hold it together if he touches me now. I can't do this right now, not here, I mutter and push my chair back, not caring that I'm attracting attention by noisily scraping the iron legs of my chair over the rough, brick surface of the courtyard. Bella, wait, don't run away from me, please, Edward says, starting to stand. I'm sorry, I just need a minute, I tell him, my voice soft and shaky. I have kept the rest of my tears contained for now, and I walk quickly out of the courtyard. When I get to the sidewalk, I hear footsteps behind me. I don't know whose they are, I don't care whose they are. I take off running, pausing only long enough to kick off both of my flip-flops, leaving them in the middle of the sidewalk. I run the entire 3 blocks back to the palms and skirt around the side of the house to the back garden, purposely avoiding Mrs. Clearwater and her prying eyes and gossipy lips. I go to the darkest part of the yard, scrunching myself up into a ball on the bench under one end of the pergola. I hope I see and hide in the shadows long enough to pull my shit together. I take my phone from my pocket and type out a text to Jasper. WTF are you doing to me? My phone rings a few seconds after I send it. Jasper, what the hell? I ask as I answer the call. Baby Swan, calm down. Did you listen to him at all, or did you just run away as soon as you saw him? He asks. I wasn't allowed to run away since you sicked the Whitlock Mafia on me. I grumble. Jasper is chuckling quietly on the other end of the line. Look, Bella, I know you're pissed at me right now, so I'll make this quick, he says. You better, because I'm hanging up in 10 seconds. I say through clenched teeth. I don't quote mama to you very often, so when I do, you'd best pay attention. Listen to him, Bella. Listen with your ears and hear with your heart, he says quietly. He does sound just like mama. You'll make the right decision. Jesus, Jasper. I just threw up in my mouth a little, I say, annoyance evident in my tone. Involuntarily, my lips curl into a slight smirk when Jasper laughs at me. All right, let's hang up. But I'm serious, he says gently. I'll call you tomorrow. Love you. Love you, too, I mutter. No more surprises, Jas. Gotcha. No more surprises from me, he says. We say goodbye and hang up. With a sigh, I set my phone down on the bench beside me and lower my forehead onto my knees. I think Scott and Jeremy will know I'm hiding back here, and I pray they'll keep my secret for a while once they all get here. I'm sure Edward's staying here with us, too. Several things make sense to me in the course of the next 20 minutes as I reflect on the last few months. Edward's panic at the Christmas party. His need to speak to me immediately. The way he chased me out the door. The New Year's kiss. His possessive reaction after Jack kissed my cheek. His behavior in San Diego and right after. My birthday gift. The pictures of me still displayed in his house. It all fits. He really was in love with me. He really wasn't engaged to Rosalie. When my phone rings again, I look down at the caller ID. Emmett this time. Hi, Em. Not you, too, I say, not even trying to hide my exasperation. Belle, oh my God. I'm freaking out, he exclaims, his voice high-pitched and anxious. Suddenly on alert, I sit up straighter. Emmett hardly ever panics. What's wrong? I ask worriedly. Where are you? I'm in the men's room at Hale Software. Fuck, Bella. My Tahoe angel, she's here. What? I ask. Oh, God no, it can't be. It's Rosalie Hale, Edward's fiancée, he says. I screwed someone who's engaged. She's not engaged, I say flatly. They were never really engaged. Hastily, I give Emmett the abridged version of the story. Shit, no shit, he asks. Oh, fuck, she just walked into the men's room. I gotta go, I'll call you later. Jesus, I don't know how much more information I can absorb tonight. Suddenly, the pergola's twinkly lights come on and the outdoor speakers begin to vibrate with soft, acoustic guitar music. I think it's the Eagles. Bella, can I talk to you some more? The velvet voice asks from the other side of the pergola. I can see him in my peripheral vision, but I don't turn to look at him. How much more is there? Quote, quite a bit, he responds. Can it wait? I can't process the shit you've already thrown at me, I reply, exhaling loudly. Yeah, sure, he answers. He leans against the post and I can see that he's holding a beer in his hand. That's Jer. Liquor them up and keep them talking. Why do you run away from me every time I'm trying to tell you how I feel? His voice, still smooth, is tentative and sad. I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to believe that someone like you could feel that way about me. I automatically think you're lying, even though we are definitely not having sex tonight, and the last time you said you loved me was right after sex, which any self-respecting woman knows means nothing with a capital N because guys will say anything at the moment and the moments leading up to it. I didn't believe you when you said it before. I'm not sure I would have left if I did believe it. I probably would have, though, because it's such a fucking risk and I'm not sure if I'm a risk taker anymore. I spew without taking a breath, only stopping because he's laughing at me. Irritated, I finally turn my head to look at him. What, Edward? Nothing. Stell, I just realized how much I missed your incessant rambling, he says, finishing his chuckle with a soft sigh. I roll my eyes at him, but my irritation dissolves in an instant. If you're not going to leave me alone, then I guess you can sit down, I say, still sounding grouchy even though I don't really feel it. Over there, not over here. I point to the cluster of chairs near the spot where he's standing. He sits down in an Adirondack chair outside the other end of the pergola and rests his head against the back, looking up at the sky. Jesus, I've never seen so many fucking stars, he says. There are spots where you can see even more, if you drive up the Keys a little way, I respond quietly, wistfully, still studying his profile. I need to look away, but it's difficult for me to pull my eyes off of him. Show me, he asks, not looking at me. Sure, not tonight, though. I'm wiped, I say. Tomorrow night, he asks hopefully. I'm sorry, I can't tomorrow, I answer timidly. Turning my head away from him at last. I have a dinner thing. Brady, he asks. Yeah, I begin, but Edward interrupts. It's okay, Bella, he says. His voice sounds normal. I could show you around the island a little during the day if you want. If you're staying, I offer. Unless you tell me to go, I'm staying, he says. From the corner of my eye, I can see that he turns his head toward me. But I keep looking at my knees. I'm not telling you to go, I whisper. We sit in silence for a few minutes and then Edward pushes up out of his chair. I'm beat. I'm going up to bed, he says. He walks over and bends down in front of me to set my flip-flops down. I didn't even notice he had them. Thanks, I mumble. You're welcome, Stell, he answers softly. He kisses the top of my head before he stands all the way back up. Just for the record, I meant it both times I said it. And it didn't have anything to do with sex either time. Good night, Stella. Night, Edward, I reply. I can't say it not now. But I want to give him something to show that I appreciate him coming all the way here to be honest with me, regardless of what happens next. So I reach out as he turns to walk away and grab his hand. My fingers clenching reflexively when a flash of heat races through me. Guess he hasn't lost his touch. Edward keeps going, but he keeps my hand in his until our fingers naturally break apart as he walks away. When I hear the back door open again a few minutes later, I know it will be Jer. Come on, you big baby. I'm not mad anymore, I call when I hear his footsteps falter as he reaches the pergola. I just came to check on you and to tell you that Edward is way up on the 3rd floor all by himself. But if you want him out of here tomorrow, he's gone, Jer explains. It's fine, Jer. I told him he could stay. I need to hear the rest of the story, I say. Sitting down on the bench beside me, he turns to look at me. You okay? He asks hesitantly, reaching one hand over to rub my back soothingly. Yeah, I answer quietly, then sigh. It's several minutes before Jer speaks again. You planning on running away every time he says he loves you? He asks teasingly. He has that same ability that his brother has for calling me on my shit without really pissing me off. Maybe, I retort childishly, turning my head to look at him. Were you eavesdropping? No, we saw you run out of Kelly's. Scott chased after you while I stayed with Edward. He told me what he said right before you ran, he says matter-of-factly. Your talent for the cut and run is well known anyway, he reports with a smirk. I roll my eyes at him, then slide my feet into my flip-flops and stand up. I'm going to bed, I announce. Are you coming in? Yep, I'll walk with you, he says, standing up and slinging his arm around my shoulder. You know, baby swan, if someone flew thousands of miles just to see me, I'd probably stand still least, till I figured out how I felt about him, he advises. Yeah, I mutter. You Whitlocks are just chock full of advice tonight. You can't live with mama for 18 years and not have a penchant for putting your 2 cents in, he chuckles, pulling me closer to him. Laughing lightly, I wrap my arm around his waist as we continue walking. Besides, I have a feeling about you too. I think mending fences with that boy might be as easy as sliding off a greased log backward. As easy as sliding off a greased log backward. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Blank. Flopping onto my back, I stare at the ceiling again. Edward's room is right above mine. It's been nice and quiet up there while I've been tossing and turning for the last 3 hours. Sleep has eluded me so far tonight. I tried to read for a little while, but I couldn't concentrate on the words, so I gave up. I couldn't find anything interesting on TV. I've twiddled my thumbs, counted sheep and recited lyrics to the most annoyingly bad songs I can think of, resulting in a random Britney song now being stuck in my head. But still I think of him. Mr. White Lightning, the arrogant semi-asshole with the charm and impeccable manners lying in his bed on the next floor up. He loves me. Finally, I allow myself to smile. There's a lot to think about. He's got more to say. I have things to say. I don't know what he wants. I don't know what I want. But he loves me. Suddenly, I want to see him, so I slip out of my bed, out of my room. I creep stealthily down the hallway and up the narrow stairs to the 3rd floor, stepping over the creaky 5th stair that I learned to avoid the time I slept up here. There are 2 bedrooms on this floor. Edward is in the larger one, but it's still not a big room. The ceilings are low and angled with dormers. I stop in front of his door and take a deep breath. Grasping the glass doorknob, I turn it slowly, and then silently push the door open and step through the doorway. In the dim light, I can see him lying on his stomach. Arms spread wide, looking larger than usual in the small double bed. When I hear his deep, rhythmic breaths, I know he's really out. For several minutes, I stand looking at him, smiling, and then step back out into the hallway and pull the door shut. Satisfied that he's here, he's sleeping peacefully, I sneak back down to my own room and get in bed. Yawning, sleepy at last, I look up at the ceiling one more time. "Night, Ned," I whisper, then close my eyes still smiling. Blank, blank. When I wake up in the morning, it's bright and sunny outside. After stretching lazily, I turn to look at the clock and am surprised that it's almost 10 o'clock. I get out of bed and pull a sweatshirt on over my tank top and sleep shorts, then walk downstairs as I pull my hair up into a ponytail. "Hey, Jeremy," I say as I walk into the kitchen. "That smells good." I stand next to him at the counter and look at what he's cooking. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty," he replies. "This isn't for you. We have other guests checking in today." Doesn't change the fact that it smells good, I quip. Walking to the coffee pot, I grab a mug and pour myself a cup. Sighing contentedly as I take my first sip. "Where is everybody?" "Scott's at the office this morning, but I assume that by everybody, you really mean Edward. He's out by the pool trying not to look impatient," he laughs. "I thought maybe he would go all Romeo and climb in through your window earlier. He sat on the deck just looking up at it like a love-struck fool for an hour." "He did?" I ask, whirling around to look at him. Not able to conceal my smile. "He did." I suggested that sitting nonchalantly beside the pool might make him look cooler though, Jer says, shaking his head. I sigh with a chuckle. "I'm going to go get ready. Then I'll show Romeo around the island a bit." "Thanks, Jer, for everything." I step toward him and kiss his cheek lightly before rushing back upstairs. Half an hour later, I approach a relaxed-looking Edward at the pool. He's stretched out on a chaise lounge reading a newspaper. He looks up as I reach the side of his chair. "Morning," he says, smiling up at me. His dark Ray-Bans make it impossible for me to see his eyes, but since they also make him look even more beautiful than usual, I won't complain. "Hey," I answer, returning the smile. "Still up for playing tourist?" "Sure," he replies. "On one condition: we don't talk about anything serious until we eat lunch sitting down. I'd like to spend the morning just having fun with you." "Deal." He holds his right hand up toward me to shake on it. "Deal," I agree, shaking his hand and inhaling unsteadily as I feel my pulse quicken. He doesn't release my hand, asking me to pull him up from his reclined position. Once he's standing, he squeezes my hand lightly before he lets go. For the next 2 hours, we talk easily about trivial subjects while we walk around the island, stopping to tour Hemingway's house and Truman's Little White House. By the time we wander through a few eclectic shops, we've graduated to joking around and laughing together. I'm not surprised that I feel so comfortable with him so quickly. Edward and I had that ease of conversation from the first day we met. I am surprised that I have to keep reminding myself not to reach out and touch him. Also, I can't see to stop looking at him, like I'm afraid he'll disappear if I don't keep him in sight. As we're wandering through an art shop on Duval Street, my stomach rumbles quietly. Great, I'm hungry. That means it's time for lunch, sitting down talking about serious things. That thought makes nervous butterflies erupt in my stomach, so I'm simultaneously famished and nauseated. My pulse begins to race. My head is pounding. My palms are sweaty. It's fight or flight time again. "Edward, I need some air. I'm gonna step outside and wait for you." "Take your time," I say quietly. When he turns toward me, I smile tightly and turn on my heel to walk out the door. On the sidewalk, I look both ways anxiously, even though I know it's time for me to stay, time for me to fight. Will I fight with him or for him? I'm not sure yet. As my stomach continues to churn, I lean back against the front window of the shop and close my eyes as I lower my sunglasses from the top of my head. After taking several deep breaths with my hand pressed against my abdomen, I start to settle down. I stay still for a couple of minutes until I feel him. I open my eyes to find him standing a foot in front of me looking concerned. "You all right, Stella?" he asks quietly. "Do you want to go back to the Palms and lie down?" Oh, my God, he's giving me an out. What should I do? Fight or fly? Swallowing around the lump in my throat, I shake my head. "No, Edward, I'm okay now. I think we should go eat lunch and talk," I answer. My voice quivers a little, but I manage to get all the words out. He smiles slightly at me as he puts his sunglasses back on. "Lead the way," he says, sounding relieved. I'm relieved, too. I almost laugh out loud as the sound of a ring announcer's voice fills my head. In this corner, weighing in at 190 pounds and wearing sunglasses that make him even more ridiculously handsome than usual is Edward. And in this corner, weighing in at exactly the weight shown on her driver's license, is Bella, finally ready to fight. Blank, _ blank. A short 10-minute walk later, we are seated at a table at Sunset Pier. Our table is at the end of the pier, overlooking the turquoise sea and shaded by a bright blue umbrella. Once we've ordered, he turns to me. "Want me to go first?" he asks quietly. I nod. "Yes. And I want you to take your glasses off so I can see your eyes," I say, smiling as I remove my own and set them down on the table. "I'm not sure where to start," he remarks, setting his glasses down, too. "Start with Rosalie," I suggest, thinking this part of the story will be the most difficult for me to hear. I'd like to get it over with while I'm still feeling brave. Nodding, he begins with the day he asked Rosalie to help him put a stop to James's blackmail. He talks uninterrupted for 15 minutes, pausing occasionally to look out at the glassy water before continuing. I don't say anything until he tells me how guilty they both felt last week when they had tea. "Oh, tell Jack that the relationship and engagement were fabricated." "How did he take the news?" I ask, frowning, worried for Jack. Edward shrugs. "He didn't seem surprised. I think he suspected something wasn't quite right," he says. "But you and Rosalie spent all that time, all those nights together, and there was nothing between you?" I ask, then swallow loudly. No agreement. I'm afraid of the answers to those questions. But I need to know the truth. "No, Bella," he insists. "We became sort of friends over time, but never anything more." And definitely no agreement. Exhaling quietly, I smile at him. The waitress appears setting down the baskets of shrimp and conch fritters we decided to share. As I'm peeling the shell from my first piece of shrimp, Edward asks a question of his own. "So, Jasper and I didn't talk about the Christmas party, the kissing. That wasn't real?" he asks softly, not looking up from the shrimp he's peeling. "No, Edward, it wasn't real. It was a childish ploy to show you that I was doing okay without you," I answer, wiping my hands on my napkin and reaching over to grasp his forearm. I wait until he looks at me before I finish. "I'm sorry. It wasn't real for Jasper either." The intensity of his eyes as he stares into mine makes me want to look away, but I force myself to keep looking at him, keep hanging onto him as I answer. "No, I told you last summer that Jas and I are very good at pretending to be a couple, remember?" I ask, finally letting go of his arm when he nods. "We talked about it. After everything happened with you, talked about taking the safe route with each other. It would be easier. Yeah, we know each other really well, we wouldn't hurt each other," I reply. But we both knew it wouldn't work. He always insisted the right woman was out there searching for him. And we both knew that woman wasn't me. This time I'm the one who pauses to look out at the ocean and take a deep breath. "I wouldn't have been happy with him either," I say, squinting at the horizon, watching the catamaran sailing in the distance. "Why not?" His quiet question makes me turn to look at him as I answer. "Because after experiencing the passion, the intensity of really loving someone, I don't think I could settle for a relationship without those feelings," I answer, my voice quiet but strong. "Are you talking about Jake?" he asks, his eyes darting away from mine. I hear him swallow as his eyes slowly slide back to meet mine again. "Or me?" I inhale deeply and roll my suddenly teary eyes at him. You, I answer, sniffling. Edward doesn't look away from me as his lips curl into my favorite crooked smile. I smile back and sniffle again, then look back down at my forgotten shrimp. Edward does the same and we eat in silence for a couple of minutes. I don't know if he needs a minute to regroup, too, or if he just realizes that I do. Either way, I'm grateful for the brief respite. When we do speak again, we seem to tacitly agree to leave the seriousness for now. After we're finished eating, we each order a beer and collapse the umbrella over our table. For the next hour, we sit in the sun and talk about lighter subjects, laughing often. 2 beers later, I check my watch. What time is your dinner thing? He asks. I'm getting picked up at 6, I mutter, becoming overly interested in peeling the label off my beer bottle. Willing myself to be brave again, I force my gaze up to meet his. Edward, I didn't know you were coming. I feel weird about it now, but I don't think I can cancel. I understand, he replies, nodding. I took a risk by coming here unannounced. I'm glad you came, I say quietly. I've had fun today, Edward. I had a good time, too, he smiles. Ready to go. We walk back to the Palm's leisurely while I point out a few more places I'd like to take him another day. I point out one of my favorite restaurants as we pass. Will you go there with me tomorrow night? He asks, stopping to turn toward me. Like on a date, I ask, stopping and facing him, too, as the sound of my pulse thunders in my ears. Yes, Bella, on a date, he says, smirking at me. I can't stop the quick giggle that escapes my lips. Yes, Edward, I'll go out with you tomorrow night, I answer, on a date. We look at each other for several more seconds, then begin walking again. By the time we get back to Jeremy's, my heart rate has returned to normal, but I don't think I could wipe the smile off my face if I tried. Blank, underscore, blank. 2 hours later, I hear the doorbell as I'm still getting ready upstairs. I know that will be Brady and I know who's downstairs right now. Shit, I exclaim under my breath. Quickly, I slide my feet into my shoes and grab my dangly earrings from the dresser top, putting them in as I walk out my door. From below, I hear Brady's voice. So what brings you down to the Keys, Edward? I hear the low tone of Edward's voice as he answers, but he speaks too softly for me to hear the words. When I get to the top of the stairs, I can see them both standing in the entryway. They turn to look at me when they hear my footsteps on the stairs. Brady's face breaks into a wide smile and I smile back, then let my eyes slide toward Edward. He's smiling, too, but it's the tight smile, the smile I know means he's not really happy. Hey, Bella, Brady says, moving to meet me at the bottom of the stairs. You look beautiful. He leans in to kiss me, coming for my lips, so I raise a hand to his jaw and move my head just enough that his lips land on my cheek. When he pulls back, his eyes are narrowed just a bit, but he's still smiling. Thanks. You ready? I ask, eager to make a getaway from the bright green eyes currently watching my every move. Brady's light green eyes are much safer to look into right now. Yeah, the top's off my Jeep. Are you okay with that? Brady asks, studying my straight hair. Absolutely. I'm prepared, I laugh, pulling he hair tie off my wrist and using it to pull my hair into a low ponytail as we walk toward the door. Bella, can I talk to you for a second? Edward asks. Edward, I begin, looking from him to Brady and back. It's okay. I'll wait outside, Brady says. Nice to meet you, Edward. He walks out the door and I shut it with a soft click, then turn and lean against it to face Edward. What is it? I ask. I watch as he approaches me, and then inhale sharply when he puts his palms on the door on either side of my head. You really do look beautiful, he says, his fiery green eyes burning into mine even more intensely than earlier today. He leans in toward me slowly, giving me time to stop him or push him away, but I don't. I've wanted to kiss him since the minute I saw him last night. And his face is just a few inches from mine. His eyes slide closed and mine do, too. As soon as our lips meet, desire floods through me and I kiss him back eagerly as he retreats and advances several times. My hands, hanging limply at my sides, ache to feel him, but I clench them into fists instead, and then flatten them against the door behind me. We continue kissing, our lips the only parts of our bodies that touch. His lips are soft and pliant, but never stay against mine long enough to deepen the kiss. After a few more kisses, he scoots his mouth to my left ear. "Have a nice evening, Stell. I love you," he says lowly. He presses a final kiss to the spot just in front of my ear and then steps away, smiling at me as I blink at him dazedly and try to push myself away from the door. I clear my throat softly as I open the door. Heart still racing, I step outside and turn around to look at him. He's standing just to the side of the doorway, his hands stuffed in the front pockets of his khaki shorts. The right side of his mouth curled up slightly. "Night, Edward," I say quietly, then pull the door shut and practically race down the porch steps to Brady's Jeep. Blank. When I get back to the Palms 4 hours later, Scott is in the front parlor, his large frame filling the overstuffed chair, his feet propped on the ottoman. He looks up from the book he's reading as I enter and smiles at me. "Hi, Bella, you're back earlier than I thought you would be," he says, pulling his reading glasses off and sitting up. He pats a hand on the ottoman, indicating I should sit down. I walk across the room, flopping down onto the seat with a heavy sigh. "I'm back earlier than I thought I'd be, too. I think I got dumped," I say, smirking slightly. "Brady was nice tonight, but he didn't hold my hand or try to kiss me. Even when he dropped me off at 10 o'clock, he just hugged me goodbye at the door with no mention of us seeing each other again." Scott laughs loudly and drops his heavy, hardback book to the floor with a loud thunk. Then he leans forward to grab my hands, squeezing them lightly. "I had a feeling something like that might happen. Edward wasn't very subtle," he remarks. At my look of surprise, he tilts his head back and forth and has the dignity to look sheepish. "Jer and I were spying on Edward and Brady. As soon as Edward let him in, It was obvious that he was letting Brady know he saw you first." "Terrific. He's like the big brother I never wanted," I chuckle. Bella, we saw the kiss, too. If you think that's how big brothers act, you've got some fucked up ideas about affection between siblings," he teases and we both laugh. He stands up and walks to the small bar, then pours each of us sparkling water, squeezing a slice of key lime in before walking back to me. "Thanks," I say, accepting the glass and sipping slowly. "Well, hell, I thought Brady liked me. I know I sound cranky. I am cranky, but not really about Brady. I think he did, until Edward got here." "What does that mean?" "That he liked me, but not enough to stick around if there's any competition?" I ask. Scott shrugs. "Probably," he says gently, then stops hedging when I look at him pointedly. "Yes, definitely. That's what it means. How do you feel about him?" Raising my eyebrows and closing my eyes, I tilt my head side to side slightly. "The same," I admit before sighing loudly and opening my eyes. "So, what did Edward say to Brady? What did I miss?" I asked curiously, partly irritated with Edward and partly thrilled. "He didn't really say anything. It was more the way he looked at Brady when they were talking about you. Guys recognize that look, you know. Like he was letting Brady know he'd be fighting for you, too," Scott says. "And then you cheeked Brady. When he tried to kiss you hello," Scott points out. I let my head hang forward for a second before raising it back up and meeting Scott's eyes. "Oh, God, I totally cheeked him," I groan. "You didn't want to kiss him in front of Edward?" Scott asks. "Kind of. I'm not sure I wanted to kiss him at all after Edward got here," I admit. "That's what I thought," Scott replies, sitting back in his chair and smiling smugly at me. "Shit, Scott, what if I'm fucking up?" I lament, leaning forward to put my elbows on my knees, holding my water glass with both hands and staring at the floor. "Bella, there are no guarantees in any relationship. But the heart wants what it wants, he says gently. More of Mama Whitlock's wisdom. I scoff, not looking up. Emily Dickinson, actually, although it does sound like Mama. And she is a wise woman, he laughs. He leans forward to put a finger under my chin, forcing me to look at him. Only you can decide if you're going to stop running and take a chance on him, assuming that Edward is what your heart wants. I'm not ready to answer that, so I shrug and then stand up to refill our waters. I also sneak a look out the window to see if Edward's sitting on the back patio. He's not. Where is the interloper anyway? It's awfully quiet around here, I remark as I walk back to Scott and sit in front of him again. Scott laughs again. We all went to dinner. Then Jeremy took him out down on Duval. I think they're at 810. He took Edward to a gay bar. I laugh. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they're wasted, he says, leaning sideways to pull his cell phone from his front pocket. Check out the last text I got from Jer. He pulls up a text that is a series of letters which make no words. I laugh with him, thinking of Edward, who rarely has more than 2 drinks. Being out with drunk Jer and a bunch of his friends. Edward never gets drunk, I argue, handing back the phone. I think he is tonight. He was pretty depressed after you left with Brady, Scott says. I'll believe it when I see it, I reply with a laugh. The topic of conversation takes a turn then, and Scott and I sit up for another hour trading stories about our dysfunctional mothers. When the front door opens, I turn immediately to see who's coming in, then sigh in disappointment when it isn't Edward and Jeremy. We both stand up and Scott goes to greet the older couple in the entryway. Mr. and Mrs. Hill, welcome back, he says cordially. Come in and meet Bella. Oh, my, she's here, Mrs. Hill asks as she hurries into the room. Hello, dear, I'm Anna Hill and this is my husband, John. After saying hello and shaking both of their hands, we all sit down. Mrs. Hill wastes no time in telling me how fond she is of Edward already. She tells me how highly he spoke of me when they had a glass of wine on the deck before everyone left for dinner. For goodness sake, Bella, if you love that boy, you should put him out of his misery, she laughs. I smile, but don't answer her. Of course, if you don't love him, I'll be leaving my husband and running after Edward myself. We all laugh and then, thankfully, Scott comes to my rescue, asking the Hills how their evening was. Mrs. Hill spends the next half hour telling us all about their son who lives here, but doesn't have an extra bedroom. They stay here every time they come to visit. By the time she winds down, I'm sleepy. Stifling a yawn, I check my watch, surprised that it's after midnight. When the Hills head upstairs a few minutes later, I get up, too, and carry our dirty glasses into the kitchen. I spend a few more minutes looking at the family pictures on the parlor bookshelf and hoping the front door will open again, but it doesn't. Finally giving up on seeing Edward tonight, I hug Scott goodnight and go upstairs to get ready for bed. As I turn out the light, I open my door a crack so I'll hear Edward when he walks by on his way to the 3rd floor. But by the time I drift off to sleep, they're still not back. Blank, underscore, blank. Tap, 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 tap 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 tap. What the hell? I mumble, sitting up slowly and looking around the dark room. Where is that noise coming from? I rub my eyes sleepily. While they're shut, I hear it again. Tap, tap. Realizing the noise is coming from the window, I open my eyes and turn my head just in time to see several small, hard objects. Maybe pebbles. Hit the window at once as if someone has thrown a whole handful at the window. I throw the covers back so I can get up, and as my feet hit the floor, I hear someone yelling outside. First I frown, but then a smile spreads across my face. Oh, no, I mumble amusedly. It's not just someone yelling outside. It's Ned saying it like Brando. Stella. Hey, Stella. For a moment, I stand frozen in place in the dim room, smiling and listening to Edward bellowing outside. Then Jeremy's voice joins in. It's a drunken, out-of-sync chorus. Stella, Stella, they yell, accompanied by more tapping as more pebbles, or whatever they're throwing, hit the glass. Rolling my eyes, I walk across the room toward the window, turning around when the bedroom door creaks open behind me. "What are they doing?" Scott asks groggily, shuffling slowly into the room and wrapping a robe around himself. "No idea," I mumble, as I reach the window and look down at them through the slightly wavy, antique panes. Stella, Jesus, they're getting louder. By the time I get the window unlocked and pushed open, Scott is right behind me, chuckling quietly as he looks over my shoulder. Something small and hard hits me in the chest and drops down the front of my tank top. "Ouch," I hiss, rubbing at the spot with my right hand for a second. Then I pull the hem of my shirt out, giggling when the UFO drops into my hand. "They've been throwing peanuts at my window," I tell Scott, holding the tiny, salted missile up for him to see. Then I turn my head to look down at Edward and Jeremy again at the same time Jer looks up toward us. Tilting his head back causes Jer to lose his balance and stumble sideways into Edward. The force knocks both of them into the patio table and sends one iron chair crashing noisily to the deck, but the drunks manage to stay upright. How did they walk home in this condition? I wonder. "Look, there she is," Jer says once he's regained his footing. He slings one arm around Edward's shoulder and points up at Scott and me with his other hand. "And my honey's with her. You don't think they've been sleeping together, do you?" He laughs. "Stella, come down here. I need to talk to you," Edward slurs, tipping his head back to look at me. Smiling widely down at him, I shake my head no. "Stella, I hear someone else come into the room behind us. I think you're being paged, dear Mrs. Hill says. You'd best get that boy to bed before he passes out down there." When I turn from the window to look at her, she lifts her eyebrows at me questioningly. I know she wants to know what I'm going to do about Edward, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, and I wouldn't tell her before I told him anyway. I smile at her though, and, after a few seconds, she smiles at me, too. I head out of the room and down the stairs, not surprised when Scott follows. When we get to the terrace door, the Lushes are looking confusedly up at my abandoned window. But they're silent now, probably pondering where we've gone. "Edward," I say as I step onto the patio. Scott moves past me to get Jer. "Stella," Edward breathes, turning to look at me, smiling like a fool. Unable to stop myself, I smile back, but I shake my head slightly as I slowly walk toward him. Next to us, Jer and Scott are hugging and talking quietly. "Come on, Edward, let's get you upstairs," I say, sliding an arm around his waist and trying to tug him forward, but he doesn't move. "Stell, I'm trashed," he informs me, shifting to face me. "I can see that," I concur, amused. Scott catches my eye and winks as he and Jer turn to go inside. "You're beautiful," Edward says, swaying slightly as he looks down at me. "You're so fucking beautiful." Sighing, he lifts one hand and grazes my cheek with the back of his fingers, his heavy-lidded eyes roaming again and again across my face. I swallow around the sudden emotion clogging my throat and reach up to grasp his hand. "Let's go," I plead hoarsely. With just a little more prodding, he starts walking, leaning on me. As I guide Edward through the kitchen, we pause only long enough to grab the bottle of water Scott holds out to me. Jer is sitting in a kitchen chair, slumped over the table face down. I keep my arm around Edward's waist as we begin slowly ascending the hardwood stairs, his feet landing with a noisy thud on each step. Halfway up, he suddenly stops, turns and sits down. "Are you hungry, Stell?" "I have food," he announces, reaching into his pocket. When he holds his palm out toward me, there are several peanuts in it. I laugh out loud before I can stop myself, then put one hand across my mouth as I shake my head at him. Shrugging, he puts the whole handful in his mouth. "Edward, that's so gross," I complain, lowering my hand and fighting not to laugh at him again. "I know," he answers with his mouth full. The impeccable-mannered bastard has finally met his match and it smells like his match's rum. But they're so good. Jer and I stole all these peanuts from the bar. We've been drinking. Yeah, I got that part, I answer with a straight face as I open the bottle of water and hand it to him. After guzzling half the bottle, he gives it back. Snack time over. Edward nods and takes the hand I offer to help him up. The jolt of desire I feel when his long fingers close around my hand is absurd given his inebriated state. Oh, hell, who am I kidding? Trashed or not, he's ridiculously good looking. And the boyish, drunk grin on his face right now makes my heart race the same way the crooked, sober smile always has. Refocusing on the task, I help him stand and get him all the way up the first flight of stairs and almost to the top of the second before he stops and sits again. Sighing, I lean against the wall of the narrow stairway to the third floor. What now? You have food in the other pocket, too? I ask tiredly. Nope. Gonna go to sleep, he says, leaning over again. Saint the opposite wall and closing his eyes. No, Edward, you can't sleep here. You'll be so much more comfortable in bed, I sigh. Okay. He agrees, but doesn't move. For a minute, I stand still and look at him remembering the first time I saw him my 5-second evaluation in his office. I thought he was gorgeous then, and he is, but I see other things, too, when I look at him now. The barely visible creases on his forehead that deepen when he teasingly raises one eyebrow at me. The faint scar left on his cheek where Alice scratched him when they were kids. The dark spot on his ear lobe from piercing it with a heated safety pin one night during college. The way his lips fall slightly open when he sleeps. Oh, crap. He really is going to sleep. Come on, let's get you up, I coax, wrenching myself from my musing and moving to stand in front of him. I reach for his hands again, encouraged when he tightens his fingers around mine. Gripping firmly, he raises his head and blinks up at me. You ruined my life, he says. What? I gasp, taken aback, hurt and anger springing to life inside my chest. You ruined my life, he laments. I thought I had a good life. I never knew how unhappy I was until I met you. But then I met you and I was happy. We were happy. Weren't we, Stella? Yes, I agree, my eyes filling with tears. And then I fucked it up and you walked away, he sighs, PPing his gaze down to our intertwined hands. I'm so sorry, I whisper, and I am. I'm sorry for the part one played in this mess, and I'm sorry that I don't know how to fix it. Briefly, I let my eyes slide closed as the tears spill over, only reopening them when he tugs one hand free and lifts it to my cheek to wipe the wetness away. Reaching up, I squeeze his forearm, then take his hand again. I need to lie down, Edward announces. Struggling to get up, still gripping his hands, I pull, half afraid that I'll pull too hard and we'll both fall down the stairs, but finally he stands and climbs unsteadily to the top. Once we get into his room, he mumbles that he needs to use the bathroom, then heads for the closet. I grab his waist from behind and steer him in the right direction, turning on he bathroom light and then closing the door once he's inside. While I wait for him, I switch the bedside lamp on and fold back his bed covers, finishing just as I hear the bathroom door open. When I turn around, I see Edward sway on his feet before leaning against the doorframe. Remember that night I came to your apartment when you were so drunk? He asks as I walk toward him. Yes, I remember, I admit wryly, hoping this will be a short trip down memory I'd like to forget lane. I was worried about you, he states, frowning. I know. You brought me soda and medicine so I would feel better, I smile, stopping in front of him. He's blinking more and more slowly and his eyes are less and less open. And I sat with you, stared at you the whole night, he says. I inhale sharply as my heart rate accelerates once again. You did, I ask breathlessly. I had no idea. Yep, but I left before you woke up. I was pissed at you. Pissed, he slurs. Why? I ask, anxious to find out. Because you said you loved me. But then you wouldn't let me talk. Wouldn't let me explain what was going on. I wanted to tell you about James. He had pictures of you and of Riley, he says, then hiccups. My mouth gapes open in surprise and in horror. And that's why you left. I breathe, still stunned, still trying to understand. He shakes his head and looks down at the floor. No, he texted me, James. He knew where I was. Knew I was with you. I had to go, to keep you safe. I couldn't let him hurt you. Stell, he insists, then hiccups again. I had to let you go. He looks up at me, waiting for a response. Taking a step back, I blink slowly, trying to figure out what to say, how to put the jumbled emotions bubbling inside my chest into words. Actions come more easily for me, hugging him for wanting to protect me. Kicking him for not believing I could take care of myself, yelling at him for letting Jamie in the middle of our relationship. Silent seconds elapse as we look at each other, and then, although I'm ashamed of it, I revert to my old ways. Come on, Edward, let's get you into bed, I reply, turning away and walking toward the bed without telling him how I feel about anything. Goddamn it, Isabella, he says angrily. Surprised at his tone, I stop, whipping around to face him. Are you ever going to stop running away from me? I'm not running away, Edward. I just think you should sit down. I offer weakly. Judging by the look in his bloodshot eyes, he knows I'm lying. I just hope he's too tired to call me on it right now. Dropping his eyes to the floor again, he shuffles forward and sits down on the bed with a deep sigh. He sits silently, except for 2 more hiccups, as I pull his t-shirt off. How was your date? He asks flatly when I'm finished, letting his upper body flop backward on the bed. He groans quietly as he lifts one hand to cover his eyes. Sucked. I got dumped, I reply, turning off the bedside lamp. The bathroom light is still on, so the room isn't completely dark. Carefully, I unbutton and unzip his shorts, then grasp the bottom hem to pull them off. He dumped you? He asks, letting his arm fall heavily to the bed. Edward is not cooperative as I try to remove his shorts, so I have to lean back and tug pretty hard. Yep, I think so. I stumble backward 2 steps when he unexpectedly lifts his hips and the shorts slide off more easily than I anticipated. Chuckling under my breath, I push his flip-flops off and then pull on his arm until he scoots around to lie the right way in the bed. Motherfucker, he growls. I thought you'd be happy, I say. Surprise evident in my tone, as I cover him up, smoothing the sheet across his shoulders. I'd never be happy about you being hurt, Stell, he answers testily, his eyes popping open to meet mine. I'm not hurt, Edward. I insist quietly, looking into his beautiful, green, not quite focused gaze. I just met him Saturday. Shouldn't have said what I did to him, shouldn't have kissed you either, he mumbles. Closing his eyes again, I let the kissing comment slide for now. I'm more intrigued by his other statement. What did you say? I asked curiously. He asked what brought me to the keys, he mutters. That's the part one heard. What I didn't hear was Edward's answer. And what did you say? I repeat, reaching my right hand up to run slowly, soothingly through his hair. Told him, I'm here for Bella. He answers, his voice growing softer with each word as he struggles to stay awake. Inhaling sharply, I raise my left hand to my chest and feel my heart thundering rapidly under my fingertips. As I continue sliding my right hand through his hair, I wonder if any other man could ever affect me as strongly as this man. Even with all the unfinished business between us, being with him today just felt right. Once I'm sure he's out, I pull the small chair from the corner up next to the bed and grab the extra blanket from the closet. But before I sit down, I say my index and middle fingers to my mouth, pressing a kiss against them and then placing them against the center of his lips. You ruined my life, too, I whisper with a slight smile, knowing that it's true. I can't go back to being the person I was before I met him, before I knew what this feels like. His breath hitches in his sleep, almost like he heard me. Afraid I really will wake him, I pull my hand away and then sink down in the chair to keep watch. Blank. Soon after the room begins to get light, I get up from my chair beside the bed and stretch. Ned I.'s still sleeping in the spot where he passed out, never having woken, or moved, during the night. After leaving a glass of water and some headache medicine on the nightstand, I go down to the kitchen and find Scott standing in front of the open refrigerator door. "Morning," I say, heading for the coffee maker. "Bella, thank God you're up. I told Jer I'd cook for the Hills since he's pretty hungover," he says. "But I don't know what the heck to make." "Let me get dressed and I'll cook," I say, waving him off. "You set the table." "Deal." "Absolutely," he agrees, smiling with relief. Once breakfast is ready, Scott and I sit down in the dining room with the Hills to eat. Mrs. Hill keeps the conversation flowing and, even though she's nosy, I'm really starting to like her. She follows me into the kitchen when I go to get more coffee. "How's Edward this morning?" she asks from behind me. "I don't know, Mrs. Hill. He's not up yet," I say, pointing out the obvious as I refill the stainless steel carafe. "I know that, dear. But I heard you come down from his room this morning," she replies smugly. When I turn to look at her, she wiggles her eyebrows at me, making me laugh. "Damn creaky step," I mutter, making her laugh, too. "So did you forgive him?" she asks. "Mrs. Hill," I begin, but she talks over me. I realize I shouldn't be butting in, and I don't know what happened between you two. Woe to get you to this point, but I really like him and he's head over heels for you, she says gently. That kind of man doesn't come along every day. I know, I reply softly, looking down at the floor. We both made mistakes, big mistakes. Of course you did. You're human. I haven't met anyone perfect yet, she remarks. What matters is if you both learned from the mistakes. Did you? I think so. I'm trying not to repeat them. I say, looking back up at her. I don't know about Edward. Talk to him, she urges. It's difficult for me. That's part of my mistake. I avoid talking about intense emotions, I confess. Surprising myself with my candor. It's frightening to be so exposed to another person, isn't it? She asks. Yes, I whisper. She lowers her voice and steps forward to me before she speaks again. It's always a risk, Bella. But life is so much better when you spend it with someone who loves you completely, even with the big mistakes. You and Mr. Hill have had some, too. I ask. Well, you don't survive almost 40 years of marriage without some bumps along the way, I'll tell you that, she laughs. And if I have to listen to him complain much more about his bum knee, I might go crazy. But I love him completely and I know he'll always forgive my mistakes the same way I forgive his. We smile at each other as she reaches toward me to rub my arm. Anna, are you in here making a nuisance of yourself? Mr. Hill asks from the kitchen doorway. Mr. Hill thinks I'm a bit of a busybody, she whispers to me with a wink. No, John. Bella and I are just having a little talk. Oh, he teases. You'll have to excuse her, Bella. We don't have a daughter, so she feels compelled to share all her wisdom about men with poor, unsuspecting young women. It's fine, Mr. Hill. My mom doesn't have a lot of wisdom about men, so I'll take all the help I can get, I laugh, winking back at Mrs. Hill. She laughs loudly and pulls me in for a quick hug before she and Mr. Hill leave for the day. An hour later, Scott and I have finished cleaning up the kitchen, and we've decided to reward ourselves by playing in the sun all afternoon. While Scott packs us a picnic lunch, I go upstairs to check on Edward. I knock lightly on his door, but when he doesn't answer, I quietly open it, assuming he's still asleep. I was wrong. When I go in, Edward is walking out of the bathroom, wrapping a towel around his waist and using his right hand to hold it closed against his hip. Sorry, I exclaim, closing my eyes and starting to back out of the room. It's okay, Stell. Nothing here you haven't seen before, he says, chuckling. I'm not laughing though. Behind my closed eyelids, I see Edward standing at the end of his couch, a blanket pulled haphazardly around his waist, his right hand holding it closed against his hip while he looks at me in disgust. The wounded look on his face that morning still haunts me. The way I behaved that morning still haunts me. Edward, I'm so sorry, I croak, my voice thick with emotion. Halloween night the next morning, the things I said to hurt you. I'm so sorry. Bella, look at me, he replies softly. He waits until I end my eyes and reluctantly look into his before he finishes. I forgive you. I'm sorry for what I said, too. I wanted to take it back immediately, but you were out the door before I could apologize. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. You want to shut the door and talk for a minute? He asks, swallowing the lump in my throat. I shut the door then lean back against it. You staying over there or do you want to sit down? How did this chair get over here? Using his foot, he pushes the chair back from the bed a little to make room for me to sit. I moved it last night, I explain as I walk toward it. You feeling okay? Yeah, considering, he says. Memory's a little fuzzy though. You brought me up here. He asks. I nod. Was I yelling at you? You didn't really yell up here, I say, shrugging one shoulder at him. Besides, it was an accurate observation. I do tend to run away when you're talking about feelings. I meant from outside, he frowns. Oh, I answer, feeling my face redden at my misunderstanding. Jesus, I yelled at you up here, too. He sighs, sitting down on the bed. It seems like all I've done since August is screw things up with you. I sit down in the chair facing him and try not to stare at his bare chest, at the beads of water dripping from his wet hair and clinging to his shoulders, at the way the towel rode up his thighs when he sat down. Way up. We both made mistakes, Edward, I respond, forcing my distracted gaze back to his face. I can tell that he's trying not to smile, so he definitely noticed me ogling his body. As soon as emotions got involved, everything turned into a mess. His half-smile disappears and he's shaking his head before I've finished my last sentence. No, Bella, as soon as we stopped being honest with each other, everything turned into a mess. He replies adamantly. It wasn't the falling in love part that fucked it all up, it was the part where we didn't tell each other how we felt, the part where I didn't tell you what was going on with James. Immediately, I feel the telltale tightening in my chest and know my flight instinct is about to kick in. I sit back in the chair and put my hands in my lap, forcing Ms. LF to stay seated instead of running away. Slowly, I take a deep breath and blow it out, gathering the courage to ask my next question. If I had told you how I felt earlier before Europe, would you have reacted differently to Jamie? I ask softly. He sighs heavily again. I'd like to say yes, but I'm not sure. When James first contacted me, it scared the shit out of me for Riley and Alice and for you, he says sincerely. I might have still broken things off with you just to get you out of James's reach. Nodding resignedly, I look down at my hands and blink against the tears trying to pool in my eyes. But, Bella, I would never make that mistake again now. If we were together and something happened now that I know what it's like to lose you, I'd tell you in a heartbeat, he says firmly. That is, if you would ever let me talk. He says the last sentence teasingly, trying to lighten the mood, but he's absolutely right. I should have listened to you, I agree, looking back up at him. All those times you were trying to tell me about James. Yeah, I wanted to tell you the truth and get you back. I talked myself into it and then back out of it more times than I can count. He pauses to laugh hollowly. Being without you sucked. Being without you sucked, too, I admit. Several silent seconds tick by as we smile cautiously at each other. Finally, feeling like we've gotten one more serious subject out of the way, I put my hands on the arms of the chair and push myself up. Well, Scott and I are going to have a picnic at the beach. Feel like coming along? I ask, determined to move forward. Sure, I'll just get dressed, he replies, standing up while keeping a firm grip on the side of the towel. I'll meet you downstairs in 5. After nodding at him, I move toward the door. I glance back over my shoulder once, just in time to see him drop the towel as he walks slowly into the bathroom, giving me a nice view of his bare ass. I watch for longer than I should, but then turn my head and continue out of the room, convinced he did that on purpose, betting I'd look at him on my way out. With a smirk, I decide he'll definitely pay for that. Blank, underscore, blank. 3 hours later, I wake up feeling rested after my nap in the sun. The 2 towels beside mine on the sand are still there, but Edward and Scott are gone. Yawning once, I push myself up and look around, immediately spotting them standing knee-deep in the ocean, talking and laughing with their backs to me. I stand up and walk toward them, wading in up to my calves. Scott, I believe, you promised me water sports in that 4-page itinerary you sent me last week, I tease, interrupting their conversation. Wave runners, he asks brightly, twisting around to look at me. I agree readily. Want to come, Edward? Oh, Edward wants to come, Scott quips. I reach forward to punch his arm as they both laugh. I meant did he want a ride, I clarify, then punch both of them when they laugh harder. Jesus, are you 214? Basically. Pretty much. They answer at the same time. Rolling my eyes as they continue to laugh, I turn to walk away toward the rental shack. You want your own, Edward? Or are you riding with one of us? I call over my shoulder. I'll ride with you, Bella, he answers. Word to the wise, Edward, get your own. She likes to go fast, she'll toss you in the ocean and not look back. Scott advises. Edward laughs. Nah, I don't think she'll do that to me. Now I laugh, too, although they can't hear me. Edward really shouldn't have said that. Blank, underscore, blank. Jesus, Stell, Edward says, bobbing in the water as I circle around to get him again. How many times are you gonna throw me off? When I pull up near him, I cut the engine, letting the wave runner drift slightly past him, and then swivel around on the seat to face him. I don't know, I answer, then pretend to consider it. That's 4. Should we go for 5? You're enjoying this, aren't you? He asks, squinting up at me in such a way that I can't tell if he's smiling or not, but he sounds amused. Little bit. Gonna add it to the list of things people don't like about me. Stubborn, sarcastic, hard to please, and kind of a bitch, I laugh, watching as he puts one foot on the underwater step to boost himself back on board. Feeling a little guilty, I offer a hand to help him up, the first time I've been that nice. Before I realize his intention, he grasps my hand and pulls hard, sending me flying through the air and splashing into the water. Edward, I sputter warningly, trying to push the wet hair out of my eyes. Struggling against the life jacket, I tip myself backward to get my head underwater so I can smooth it back. Sorry, baby, semi-asshole, remember, he teases, coughing and laughing when I splash seawater in his face. I remember, I remark dryly as I swim back toward the wave runner. I am not climbing up first. Good, then I'll drive this time. Edward Anthony Cullen, you will not throw me off, I threaten. Or what? He teases as he climbs back onto the seat. He turns around and offers me a hand as I climb up. Don't let go, I order when our wet hands start to slide apart. Christ, you're bossy, he laughs. I won't let go if you don't let go. Keeping my eyes on his, I let his words sink in. His gaze is burning into mine, and I wonder if his words are a challenge or a promise or both. It's not until I'm seated behind him, hanging on to his life jacket, that I make a promise of my own. I'm not letting go. He flashes a smile at me over his shoulder as he starts the wave runner and slowly accelerates. I look back when I hear someone approaching from behind, then wave to Scott as he passes by on our right side. Didn't take him long to get between your legs, he calls. Scott, I gasp, my eyes widened, embarrassed by what he said even though I know he's kidding. Scott turns and skirts around us on the other side. Bella, the bed in your room is pretty squeaky. Use Edwards, he continues teasing as he cruises by again. Feeling my face redden, I flip him off. He's been spending too much time with Jas and Joey. He's lost all tact, I remark. Edward, it's time you learned how to spray someone with a wave runner. Edward turns us around and we race toward the spot where Scott is stopped, waiting for us. Following my instructions, Edward accelerates and cranks the handlebars hard as he releases the throttle, shooting a hefty stream of ocean water in Scott's face. Edward and I are both laughing as we turn around and coast toward Scott. "That was perfect," I exclaim, then stand up to taunt Scott, watching as he wipes the water from his eyes. "Don't have much to say now, huh, big?" I stop hulking suddenly when a wave hits us from behind, causing me to lose my balance and lurch forward. "Whoa, you okay, baby?" Edward asks as I brace both hands on his shoulders and crash into him. He reaches both hands toward me, grasping the backside of each thigh to steady me. I gasp again, but not in horror this time. Oh, God, his hands feel so good on me. I'm not ready for this though. We have to finish talking before I can make a decision about what I want before Edward and I can see if our ideas about where we go from here are the same. Yeah, I say, backing up a step so that his hands fall away. I sit back down on the still rocking wave runner and consciously scoot my hips away from his. I think it's time to take this back to the beach. And then I think we should finish talking. I don't want all this stuff hanging between us anymore. "You mean when we go on our date tonight?" he asks, turning to look at me and smiling. "Yes, Edward, that's what I mean," I laugh. "Sounds good to me," he replies. Then presses the throttle almost all the way down, speeding us back toward the beach. After we return the wave runners and Scott heads home to check on Jair. Edward and I sit down on opposite sides of the picnic table where we ate lunch a couple of hours ago. "So my turn, I guess," I offer. Edward agrees, so I tell him the whole truth, beginning with the way I felt in San Diego and my realization soon after. I talk about how bitter I was during the month we had to hide out, and the day that I decided I had to be honest about my feelings for him and let him go. He doesn't comment until I tell him about the drinking. "Jesus, Bella, what the hell were you thinking? Where were your friends?" he demands, biting the inside of my cheek. I take a deep breath to calm the flare of irritation I feel at his questioning. "It was my fault, no one else's," I insist, looking pointedly at him. "And I stopped. I'm stronger now than I used to be." He nods, still looking mad. But he's smart enough not to say anything else. I skip over the Hail Christmas party, not wanting to relive that night, and fast forward to moving in with Jas and finding out about Alice and Jasper's relationship, but I leave out how I discovered them. No brother wants to hear those kinds of details. Suddenly, I remember about Emmett and Rosalie, too, so I explain the Tahoe hookup and Emmett's phone call to me 2 nights ago. "So what happened after she found him in the men's room?" Edward asks, chuckling. "Don't know. I left him a voicemail yesterday, but he never called," I answer, shrugging. "Hopefully nothing. I don't like her." When Edward laughs out loud, I scowl at him. "Edward, she was a total bitch to me in New York and you know it." Then at the Christmas party, I begin. But he holds a hand up to interrupt me. "Stella, I told you why she acted that way in New York. And at the party she was just trying to stop me from screwing up the plan to get James," he clarifies. When I roll my eyes, he continues, "She actually felt bad after the Christmas party. She knows how I feel about you." "Oh," I remark, thawing slightly, but we're getting off track. I steer the conversation to the weeks since I moved in with Jas, finally ending with my arrival in Key West. "I think you know everything from there, I finna." He nods, then remarks wryly, "Last night is pretty hazy. But otherwise, yeah, how much do you remember?" I grin. "I remember dinner and dark rum," he replies, wrinkling his nose slightly. "I have a vague recollection of someone grabbing my ass at the bar. But that's about it. And then I remember seeing you in the window." I smile at him and sigh before leading the conversation in a new direction. "Tell me about Jamie. What did he do? Besides blackmailing me and trying to drive a wedge between Jack and Rosalie, he also tried to sabotage the company. Remember I told you last summer about the new operating system we're launching this summer? James copied it and tried to sell it to another software company," he says. "How could he do that to Jack?" I ask incredulously. "That's out and out stealing. Technically, the term is theft of trade secrets. Edward answers. It happens all the time. Luckily, the company James tried to sell it to is owned by someone my dad knows. He called my dad and they called me. Then the cops got James. FBI actually. It was pretty cool. He looks excited. Like a little kid, and I roll my eyes before I continue. What about Jack? Is he okay? He was shocked hurt. He's always treated James like a son. Edward answers, sobering instantly. But he'll bounce back. Emmett and Tyler did a great job minimizing the negative publicity. Jack wanted you though. Emmett said no. I would have come, Edward. If I'd been in Seattle, I say earnestly. I might have kicked your ass in your office though. I would have stood still and let you, he says quietly. Don't do that, I insist. You aren't the only one who screwed up. He shrugs and smiles half-heartedly at me. I smile back, then look down at the table, tracing the grain of the wood idly with my finger. So, I say, pausing to take a deep breath and then looking back up, I guess we've talked about everything now. Except us. Yeah, he answers. Us. I don't know what you want, I say quietly, forcing myself to look into his eyes again even though I'm scared to death to have this conversation. I want you. I want a relationship with you, he states, his voice quiet but strong. But more than anything, I want you to want that, too. I nod slowly, taking deep breaths. I'm not asking you to tell me right now, Edward continues, probably reading the panic in my eyes. But do you think we, eventually, could start over? He asks, hesitantly. Immediately, I shake my head no, not realizing what it looks like until Edward's face falls. Let me explain, I reply quickly. I don't want to start over. Last summer, those months we spent together, I don't want to forget them. It was the best time of my life. I smile at him. Mine, too, he answers, smiling back. Then he reaches across the table with one hand and I put my hand in his. I think we have to take all of it with us if we decide to move forward, I say, then roll my lips together and inhale slowly. I'm just really scared. What are you scared of, baby? He asks gently, squeezing my hand. Everything, I blurt out passionately. I'm scared to try with you, scared not to try with you. I'm afraid to let myself feel that way again and I'm terrified that I'll never feel that way again. He nods at me and blows out a breath. I'm scared, too, Stell. But the way I feel about you is stronger than the fear for me, he says. You're the only one who knows if it's the same for you if you're ready to stop running away from me. I know, I whisper. And I think I'm ready but I need to be sure before I tell him. Will you still go to dinner with me? He asks. I nod. Good. And as for the rest of this, I won't pressure you about it, okay? The next move is yours. After I agree, we get up and gather our things, then walk back to the Palms. All evening, Edward is true to his word. He's gentlemanly, sweet, funny. But he never mentions the L word or says anything about our relationship. As we walk back to the B&B after dinner, I point out the porch railing on one of the houses we pass. See that, Edward? Look at the shapes made by the carvings on the balusters, I say, stopping in front of the house. They look like little bottles. He asks, frowning slightly as he studies them. Exactly, I answer, clutching his arm. During Prohibition, that's how people knew this was a bootlegger's house. So you and Jer could have own here to get plowed on illegal rum 90 years ago. Please don't say the word rum, he groans, turning his head to look at me. When I roll my eyes, Edward laughs. The shit you know never fails to surprise me, Stella. He says as we start walking again. I like to keep you on your toes. You just don't know what I'll do next, I reply lightly, trailing my hand down his arm. When my hand reaches his, I hook our pinky fingers together the way he used to. He doesn't turn to look at me this time, but he tightens his finger around mine and when I look over at him, he's smiling. Blank. Since I didn't sleep much last night while I was watching Edward, I go up to bed early, leaving Edward and the Hills playing cards in the parlor. I fall asleep quickly, but wake up in a panic at 1 o'clock. For an hour, I lie wide-eyed, worrying over one scenario and then another. Together, not together. It works out, it doesn't work out. The hypothetical situations are all different. But my feelings are the same each time. No matter what happens next, no matter what happened before, I love him. And I have to tell him no, I'm ready to tell him. Smiling, I toss covers off and creep out of my room and up the stairs to the 3rd floor slowly, skipping the noisy step this time. Like 2 nights ago, I grasp the doorknob and twist it silently, then push the door open, but the bed is empty. The sheets are pulled back, disheveled as if someone was tossing and turning someone who's now gone. I walk into the room, peek into the dark bathroom, no Edward. Moving toward the bed, I put my hand down on the sheets, they're still warm. He hasn't been gone long. Eager to find him, I go back down the stairs, quicker this time, wincing as my bare feet squeak on the hardwood treads in my haste. When I reach the main floor, I check the living room and the parlor and find them both empty. Finally, I check the kitchen. It's dark and empty, too, but the back door is unlocked. When I get outside, I see Edward immediately in the dim underwater light of the pool. He's swimming laps, cutting through the water quickly. I watch him swim away from me as I reach the pool steps. Nervous but excited, I step down onto the first and then the second stair, so the heated water comes up to my knees. Then I wait. I see him do a flip turn at the far wall and kick back toward me. I know the instant he sees me, my feet are my shadow, because he stands up abruptly in the water before he reaches the steps. "Stell?" he asks, shaking his head twice to flip his wet hair out of his face. "I couldn't sleep," I explain, my hands pulling at the bottom hem of my tank top. But I force my eyes to stay locked on his. "I couldn't either," he responds, resting his hands on his hips, his chest heaving. Nodding, I step down once more, the water rising to mid-thigh now, just below the hem of my shorts. "I know," I say, smiling slightly. "I went up to your room to see you to tell you." My voice trails off as I have a sudden flashback of the last time I said this to him, and fled. "To tell me what, Stella?" he asks anxiously. Keeping my eyes on his, I wait for the panic to say, expecting to have the urge to fly, but it doesn't come. Instead, I feel calm, confident that this is the right decision for me. When my face breaks into a wider smile, he steps forward, but doesn't reach out to me. "I don't want to run away from you," I declare. "I love you, Ned." He grins crookedly at me as he takes another step forward. "Say it again," he pleads. "I love you." "The other part," he prompts. "Ned," I laugh, reaching for his shoulders and jumping into his arms. He's laughing, too, as he wraps his arms around me. "Ned, Ned, Ned. Now I believe it," he murmurs into my neck, then presses his lips to my skin. "Kiss me, Ned," I say, sliding one hand up into his hair. Lifting his head from my neck, his eyes meet mine. He studies me intently, moving one of his hands up to cup my jaw. Brushing his thumb slowly back and forth across my cheek. My heart is racing, my breaths come quickly, and still he stands, just staring at me. "Oh, for the love of Pete, Edward. When did you get so slow?" I ask, smiling and leaning toward him. He chuckles lightly as I press my lips gently to his, then groans quietly when I lick along his bottom lip. Gripping my jaw more tightly, he finally kisses me the way I want him to. His mouth moving urgently with mine. For the next few minutes, we relearn each other. He nips at my lips the way he used to. I bury both hands in his wet hair as I slide my tongue against his. He's slowly backing up into deeper water, and finally sinks down, submerging us up to our chests. As he slides one hand down to my lower back, I wrap my legs around his waist. Then pull my mouth away from his and gasp when he rocks his hips against mine. "Ned," I say breathlessly as his lips skim down my neck and across my collarbone. "Yeah, baby." His hot breath, "Augh," NST, my cool skin sends a shiver up my spine. I'm not sleeping with you tonight, I announce. That gets his attention. He lifts his head immediately to look at me. I let my hands slide out of his hair and down to his shoulders. Okay, he says slowly, his green gaze searching my face. I want to, but I don't, you know. I ask. No, I don't understand that at all, he chuckles happily, wrapping me in his arms more securely. I want to take it a little slower than we did last time, you know, when we slept together the day we met, I explain. I remember, Stell, he says, laughing again. I want you, but if you want to wait, we'll wait. It's probably silly, I say. I just kind of want time, and I kind of want to be back in Seattle in your bed. Okay, he agrees, kissing me gently. That actually sounds like a pretty good plan. He stands up in the water, still kissing me, but definitely trying to cool both of us off. It works. Within a minute I'm starting to shiver in the night air, and Edward's skin is growing cold under my hands. Baby, you're shivering, he whispers, moving his lips to my ear. I know, I say, trying but failing to keep my teeth from chattering. We should probably go in. He carries me to the steps and we both get out, sharing his towel since I didn't bring one outside. We hold hands on the way upstairs and I expect Edward to ask to stay with me. But when I open the door to my room and start to go in, he stays in the hall, letting go of me. Get some sleep, Stell, he whispers, smiling at me when I turn around to face him. He leans down to kiss me softly, silently. We both whisper goodnight and then Edward continues up to his room. Slightly disappointed, but still happy, I shut my door. In the bathroom, I strip out of my wet clothes, redressing quickly in dry pajamas. I squeeze the excess water out of the bottom of my hair as I study my reflection in the mirror. My face is flushed, my eyes are shining and my lips are blue. Still shivering, I get in bed and cover up, trying to get warm. After a couple of minutes of staring at the ceiling, I stop shaking, but I'm wide awake. When my phone vibrates on the nightstand, I smile and reach over to pick it up. Guess Ned's still up, too. I still can't sleep. I type my reply immediately. Me either. Then get your spectacular ass up here. Nope. Get your spectacular ass down here. It's not a full minute later when my door opens and Edward peeks into my room. Hi, Stell, he whispers, smirking at me. I smirk back at him. Don't look so smug, Ned, I chide. We are both keeping our clothes on. Oh, my God, you do have clothes on, don't you? He laughs quietly as he pushes the door open so I can see his basketball shorts and t-shirt. All right, come in, I say, watching him, as he shuts the door and then walks toward the bed. As our eyes meet, I wonder if he realizes that I'm on the side of the bed where I always slept when we were together. I flip up the covers on his side, allowing him to slide in. We lie on our sides, close together, facing each other but not touching for a few seconds. Then Edward slides his feet toward mine. Jesus, your feet are freezing, he breathes, jerking away. I know, I say, smiling back at him and scooting my feet, and the rest of myself, closer to him. Why do you think I let you in here? Body heat. Nah, I know it's because you couldn't stay away, he says, wrapping his arms around me. You love me. We spend a few minutes kissing, and then I snuggle into my favorite spot, against his chest. Stell, he whispers just as I'm drifting off. I can't sleep on your side of the bed either, he admits. I scoot up in the bed so I can kiss him once more. That's so sweet, I say against his lips. I'm still not sleeping with you tonight though. Night, Ned, he chuckles as I move back down against his chest. Night, Stella. Blank, _, blank. Friday, Edward and I spend the entire day together wandering around the island. We shop for souvenirs and each choose one for Riley. We stroll up and down streets and stop for a beer at a local dive bar. Edward reminds me that I still haven't taken him to see the stars. So we walk to the docks and board a sunset cruise. For almost 3 hours, We cruise around with other tourists, drinking champagne and talking as the stars slowly appear overhead. When we get back to the Palms, Jer and Scott are on the patio with several new guests who have arrived for the weekend. Edward sits down with Scott and a glass of wine, but I'm tired again. I tell everyone good night and go up to my room to shower and sleep. But I'm not surprised when I hear a tap on my door and then his voice an hour later. Stella, can I come in? He whispers. I grunt without opening my eyes. When he slides into the bed, I roll over, throwing one arm and one leg across him. He chuckles quietly and I smile in response as he shifts me a little so he can put his arms around me. Love you, I mumble. I love you, too, Stell, he murmurs, placing one finger under my chin to tip my head back and then kissing me softly twice. Sighing loudly, I slide my hand up inside his t-shirt to rest over his heart and go right back to sleep. Blank. When I wake up Saturday morning, Edward's side of the bed is empty. For a moment, I wonder where he went. But since he's an early riser and I'm not, I don't let it bother me. Rolling over onto my stomach, I reach for his pillow and hug it to my chest as I drift off again. Stella, he says quietly. I grunt. Roll over, baby. I brought you breakfast, he says. Oh, no, you cooked? I ask dramatically, then squeal when he pulls the covers from me and lightly smacks my ass. I feel him lean down over me, his chest resting on my back. You're ruining my big, romantic gesture, Stell, he teases, breathing into my ear. He uses the tip of his tongue to trace the shell of my ear. Moaning quietly, I roll over, impatient to get my lips on his. We kiss hungrily for a moment, before Edward pulls away and stands up. Your breakfast is gonna get cold, he says, walking over to the dresser to pick up the tray. Sighing, I sit up and lean back against the headboard, then smile at him as he comes toward me. When he sets the tray across my lap, he leans down to kiss me again. Happy Valentine's Day, he says against my lips. I reply, Happy Valentine's Day, Ned. He walks around the bed to sit down beside me. We share the stuffed French toast, fruit and coffee, then Edward D moves the tray and turns around to face me. So, I have something for you, he says. I'm afraid you're not going to like it. You told me once you didn't want any hearts and flowers crap. He laughs, but he looks nervous. Well, you told me you didn't do relationships, remember? No drama, I mock, imitating his deep voice. I think we've both had a change of heart since then, Ned. He smiles, but swallows loudly as he hands me a small, wrapped box. I've had this since your birthday. I hoped then that I could give it to you soon, but then everything went to hell. I carefully unwrap the box and open it. It's a heart-shaped platinum charm, for the bracelet I don't have anymore. One word is engraved on it, yours. It's cheesy, I know, he explains quickly. But it's true. Edward, I love it. I say, looking at it and then reaching for him. I hook an arm around his neck and pull him closer to me so I can kiss him. I really love it, but I don't have the bracelet. He pulls away from me slightly and lifts one hand up in front of my face, dangling my bracelet in front of me. My bracelet, I exclaim excitedly. Chuckling, he lets me take it and attach the new charm. Will you put it back on me? I ask, looking up at him. He nods, smiling at me. Sure. Thank you, Ned, I whisper, leaning forward to kiss him again after he hooks it around my left wrist. I have something for you, too. It's not this nice though. Bella, there's nothing you could buy me that would mean more to me than the last few days have, he says. This being here with you, it's all I wanted. Still, I reply, twisting around to reach the nightstand. Opening the drawer, I take out the tissue-wrapped book and hand it to him. In Our Time, Hemingway, he reads, looking down at the old, hardback book he unwrapped. Afraid he doesn't like it. I rush to explain. I thought since we just went to his house and he loved Key West and we're here and I feel like it is our time now, I say. I love it, he says, leaning forward to kiss me. I'm glad, I say, reaching one hand up to cup the side of his face. But, you know, the book is a collection of short stories and they're mostly sad or tragic. I don't mean that part's about us. He laughs as he kisses me again. Got it. Nothing sad or tragic for us, he says. I'm so happy, Ned, I say, scooting close to hug him tightly. And I really love this bracelet. I wanted it back so badly. It's us. I sigh contentedly and press my lips to the side of his neck. It's us, he agrees. Now let's go do something fun on our last day. Blank. Saturday night. Jer and Scott talk us into going to 810 with them for a special Valentine's Day show while Mrs. Clearwater watches the inn. Even though I'm tired from spending all day in the sun, I want to go since it's our last night here, and our last night with Jer and Scott. We sit at a table for 4 and order drinks. When the waiter brings them, Scott and Jer are SSED in conversation with a friend who stopped by our table. Edward picks up his beer and starts to take a drink until I put a hand on his forearm to stop him. Hang on, Ned, I say, turning in my chair to face him. I want you to know how much it means to me that you came down here. It's been a great week. Thank you. You're welcome, Stell, he says, leaning over to peck my lips. He quirks one eyebrow at me when I pick up my drink and hold it out toward him. To our friendship and the other stuff, I say, watching as his lips curl into a smile. To our friendship and the other stuff, he echoes, tapping his bottle against mine. We drink at the same time, keeping our eyes on each other. When we both set our bottles down, he reaches his hand to the back of my head, drawing me close. Come here, he says, putting his lips on mine again. We kiss several times, then finally pull apart when the show begins. After the show, 810 turns into a dance club with blaring music and flashing colored lights. We get up and move to stand near the bar with a few of Jer and Scott's friends. They must have been here Wednesday night, too, because they know Edward. They spend several minutes talking to, and about, him, entertaining me and embarrassing him. Edward asks me to dance a few times, probably to discourage his admirers, who have been lamenting the fact that he's straight. Even though the songs we dance to aren't slow, he keeps his hands on me and kisses me often. I know what you're up to, I say, pulling him close to yell in his ear. What? He mouths, shrugging his shoulders at me and trying to look innocent. You're using me to throw off all the boys chasing you, I yell, leaning close again. I'm not, he yells, shaking his head at me. When I look pointedly at him, he laughs and holds his thumb and index finger up, leaving about an inch between them. A little, but I love you and I'm having fun. Rolling my eyes, I wonder how long the I love you excuse is going to work. With me I can hear it now. I don't like what you're wearing, but I love you. I don't want to go see that crappy movie, but I love you. I don't want that for dinner, but I love you. Yep, I'm ready sure it's going to work every time. I'm having fun, too, I say, smiling and wrapping my arms around his neck when he leans down to kiss me. When a slow song begins to play a few seconds later, I tighten my grip on Edward and press myself against his chest for 5 whole seconds. Can I cut in? Jer asks. Depends, I retort. Do you want to dance with me or Edward? You, smartass. Scott would kick my ass if I slow danced with another guy here, he laughs. I get a little handsy when I've had this much to drink. Edward jokingly pulls me closer to protect me, or himself, then chuckles and hands me off to Jeremy. Am I forgiven for agreeing to Jasper's plan to surprise you? He asks after a minute, grinning down at me. Yes, I say grudgingly. You're like a brother to me. Ow, I can't stay mad at you or Scott or anyone else in your family. And you were right anyway. I know, he says conceitedly, laughing when I glare at him. So, baby swan, you seem happy, he drawls, looking down at me. I am, Jer, I say, smiling up at him. I don't know how I could be happier. You could bang your boyfriend, he suggests, smiling back. Sex seems to increase the level of bliss. Between two people who love each other. After teasingly narrowing my eyes at Jair, I look around for Edward. He's standing with Scott and several other guys over by the bar. I see him gesture with tea. He beer bottle in his hand and they all laugh. We're waiting, I say absently, still watching Edward, and feeling my pulse quicken. For what? Jair asks incredulously. And suddenly, I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm waiting for. Edward has turned now so his back is to me and I study the width of his shoulders, the line of his back, the hand hanging casually out of his back pocket. My feet stop moving and I hear Jair laughing quietly. Go get him, baby swan, he whispers, dropping his hands from around my waist. I turn my head to kiss Jair's cheek and then walk off the dance floor. Scott sees me approaching and must tell Edward, because he turns to look at me, smiling my favorite crooked, crinkled eyes smile. When I get close enough, I grab his beer with one of my hands and his hand with my other, then pull him along behind me, not speaking to anyone and never slowing down. Stell, what's wrong? He says, leaning down from behind to speak loudly in my ear, competing with the volume of the music. Nothing, I answer as I continue walking, setting the half-empty beer on the bar but never breaking my stride. Where are we going? He asks. Your room, I answer. Why? Because the bed in my room is too squeaky. Everyone will hear us. That statement puts a halt to our progress as Edward stops dead in his tracks. Stella, he begins warily as I turn around to face him. Al, though honestly everyone might hear us anyway because I've never been good at keeping quiet with you and Jesus, if you do that one thing you know, with your tongue, I'm pretty sure Mr. Hill will hear me even without his hearing aid. Scott and Jair will be listening because they're so freaking nosy, and they'll definitely give a shit about it, but I love you and I want you and why the hell are you laughing? I ask. Because you're so fucking perfect, he says, pulling me close and holding me against his chest. He leans down to kiss me, stopping right before his lips touch mine and pulling back. You do have trivia for me, right? Of course, baby, I answer, sliding my hands around his waist and then down to his ass. Now get your spectacular ass moving and let's get horizontal or vertical or some of each. I don't freaking care. There's that bossy woman I love, he laughs, then kisses me. Christ, how many blocks do we have to walk to get back? I giggle against his lips. 6. I'll never make it, he groans. I pull away from him and smile. Come on, Ned, I'll make it worth your while. It takes us quite a while to get back to the inn because we stop to make out several times in the shadowy streets. By the time we go through the front door and hurry past the parlor doorway, I've got Edward's shirt halfway unbuttoned and I'm desperate to really get my hands on him. When I'm on the second stair, I hear Mrs. Clearwater step into the foyer behind us and clear her throat. Hi, Mrs. Clearwater, I say, turning around to face her. This is my boyfriend, Edward Cullen. Edward, this is Mrs. Clearwater. I stifle the giggle at introducing Edward as my boyfriend for the first time, but there's nothing I can do about the giant-ass smile on my face. Mrs. Clearwater, it's a pleasure to meet you, Edward says smoothly. He steps forward to shake hands with her. I scoot down to the first stair and hook my right arm through his left arm at the same time that Mrs. Clearwater tries to pull him forward with the hand she hasn't let go of yet. It's wonderful to meet you, too. Why don't you come in and chat? No one's returned yet tonight except the Hills and they went to sleep hours ago. I've been quite lonely, she says sweetly, looking up at him. Oh, Edward, don't be fooled, she's a gossipy cougar. When she tries to pull him forward again, I yank on his left arm. Don't fall for it, she's not nice, I whisper, leaning forward to put my mouth near his left ear. And she definitely won't take her clothes off in the next 30 seconds. I will. He doesn't acknowledge what I've said, but he extricates his right hand from her grip. I'm sorry, Mrs. Clearwater. I'd be happy to talk another time, but Bella needs my help with something upstairs, he says, his velvet voice apologetic. Smirking slightly at mean ol' Mrs. Clearwater, I move up to the second stair, not letting go of Edward until he's turned around to follow me. Tick-tock, baby, he says lowly as he passes me. Then holds one hand back for me to take. He pulls me up the stairs a little faster than I'm comfortable walking, our rapid footsteps thumping noisily on the hardwood. Edward speeds up again and we reach the narrow stairway to the third floor. You're going too fast, I complain, whispering loudly. Skip that stair. Why? He asks as he steps on the creaky tread. Oh, well, the Hills are the only ones here. And Mrs. Hill likes me. She won't be mad if we wake her. Arrogant semi-asshole, I mutter, skipping the noisy stair and then continuing to run up the flight to keep up with him. Now you're just trying to turn me on, he says when I reach the top, grabbing me around the waist and pressing me up against the wall. Burying my hands in his hair, I pull until he bends down to kiss me. When I slide my hands down to his chest to finish unbuttoning his shirt, he takes a step back and reaches for my hands. It's been 30 seconds, Stell. One of us is overdressed. Smiling up at him, I reply, not for long. Follow me, Ned. Pushing off the wall behind me, I let go of one of his hands and tug him down the hall to his room. As soon as we're inside, I shut and lock the door. Then whip my shirt off without turning around. I feel his lips on my shoulder as I reach for the back closure of my bra. I'll get it, he says against my skin. He quickly unhooks it and I pull it off, dropping it to the floor at the same time his arms come around me. I let my head fall back against his chest when he cups my breasts and plucks gently at my nipples. Oh, God, Edward, I whisper hoarsely, letting him continue caressing me for a minute before I turn around. Quickly, I finish unbuttoning his shirt and push it from his shoulders, then lean forward to kiss a path across his chest. He inhales sharply as I skim my fingernails down his abs to the waistband of his jeans and pull the top button free. Baby, he groans, sliding his hands up to cup my face and leaning down to kiss me. As our lips and tongues meet and pull apart several times, I unzip his jeans and start to push them down. He steps backward, letting go of me, to kick off his shoes and pants. When he moves forward again, he wraps his arms around my waist and lifts me up, then turns to walk toward the small, double bed. While he's walking, I kiss up his neck to his ear. I love you, I whisper, wrapping my arms tightly around his shoulders. He doesn't answer me until he sets me down on the bed. I love you, too, Stella, he says, leaning in to kiss me sweetly. When I reach forward to push his boxers down a moment later, he helps, swiftly dropping them to the floor. I lie back, letting Edward pull my jeans and underwear off. Ned, please, I say, swinging my legs up to turn the right way in the bed. I pull at the quilt trying to get to the sheets, then giggle when Edward tries to help, ripping all the covers off the bed in his haste. Finally, I lie back on the pillows and reach for him, sighing content. Edly when he immediately settles between my legs. With our skin pressed together, we both seem to relax a little, still kissing passionately, but not as feverishly as a few minutes ago. It's just fine. With me, I want to take my time with him tonight. Wrapping my arms around his back, I scratch up and down lightly several times, smiling against his lips when he moans quietly and arches into my touch. He pulls his mouth away from mine to kiss down my neck to my chest, leaving his lips open as he moves from side to side. By the time he finally puts his open mouth over my breast, I'm whimpering and clutching at his arms. He sucks gently and then with more pressure before using his tongue to trace around my nipple several times. When he switches to the left side, I gasp knowing that he remembers that this side of my body is more sensitive. Ned, I can't, oh, God, I whisper after a minute, unable to stop my hips from thrusting up against his. You okay, baby? He murmurs, lifting his head to look at me. When I nod, he smiles at me and lowers his head to my chest again, kissing down between my breasts and then lower. Where's my trivia? He asks. I say, unable to think of anything appropriate. Edward chuckles against my skin and runs his tongue around my belly button. Do you know what the strongest muscle in the human body is? He raises his head and meets my gaze with his own. The heart, he says. So sincerely that I feel a little bad I didn't think of that myself. I lift one hand to rest in the top of his hair. Good answer, Ned, but no relative to size, it's the tongue, I say smiling at him. Laughing, he lowers his lips to my abdomen again and scoots farther down between my legs. I'm about to prove that, Stell. You might want to grab a pillow to yell into. I'm gonna do that thing with my tongue. Quote, Jesus, Ned, I breathe when he puts his mouth over me. I should be getting the pillow like he suggested, but I can't take my eyes off him. His eyes are closed at first, but when my gaspy breaths get louder when my stomach twitches under his hand, he looks up at me. Oh my God, I groan, fighting to keep my voice quiet as the pleasure rips through me. I arch my back and reach for the hand he still has resting on my stomach, gripping his fingers as tightly as I can. Edward slows the motion of his mouth, letting me recover slightly, but before I've really caught my breath. He sits up, grips the backs of my knees and pulls me down in the bed. You know what it does to me when you arch your back like that, he says with a smirk as he hovers over me. Smiling dazedly up at him, I reach my hands up to either side of high face, tracing my thumbs over his cheekbones. I pull him down to kiss me, sliding my arms around his shoulders. Fuck, I missed you. He mumbles against my lips as he pushes inside me. Please, I beg, lifting my hips to meet his. He slides in and out slowly, deliberately, several times, keeping his lips on mine. Then he finally speeds up, raising up on his knees and looking down at me. I force my eyes to stay open and focused on him, even as I feel myself getting close again. Ned, God, Ned, I cry out, knowing I'm too loud, but not caring at the moment. Come up here, he growls, leaning forward and wrapping his arms around my lower back as I clutch his shoulders and pull myself up. As soon as we're chest to chest, I kiss him, letting him hold me still for a moment, concentrating on the way our lips meet, the way our tongues lazily touch and then retreat. Slowly we begin moving together again, and it doesn't take long in this position to put me back on the edge. My hips jerk involuntarily as I pull my mouth away from his and lower my open mouth to his shoulder, trying to muffle the sound of my voice as I come again. He thrusts into me twice more before groaning loudly as his orgasm hits. Neither of us speaks as we catch our breath, sitting in the middle of the bed, clutching each other tightly. Repeatedly, I run my fingers through the damp hair at the base of his neck. Eventually, he hangs onto me more tightly with one arm and tips me backward, bracing himself with his other arm. Once I'm lying flat again in the middle of the bed, he collapses beside me. So, Stella, not that I'm complaining, but what happened to the waiting plan? He asks. It was a stupid plan, I reply, then laugh when he does. This plan is much better. Agreed, he laughs, rolling onto his side to face me and reaching over to hold my hand. Gently, he rubs his thumb over the back of my hand as we lie silently. My eyes are closed, but I'm smiling. We have to get up in 5 hours, he says quietly a few minutes later. Yep, I know, I'm so glad we packed earlier, I reply, opening my eyes and looking over at him. Scoot up in the bed, Stell. And I'll fix the covers, he murmurs when I yawn. I scoot up, and over, a little and fix the pillows first as he gets the covers from the floor. He covers me up and then gets in beside me. I lie on my side, tracing my fingers lightly over his face. I love you, I whisper again, smiling at him. I love you, too, he says, leaning forward to kiss me. So tomorrow back to reality. How do you think we'll do? I ask. Florida isn't reality, he teases. I mean jobs and friends and Rosalie, I say, proud of myself for not making a nasty face. Bella, Rosalie was never my reality, he responds. grabbing my chin gently between his thumb and forefinger. Bella, this is reality. You're right, I say, looking into his eyes. He pulls me close, pressing a kiss into the side of my neck and then chuckling as he feels goosebumps erupt up my arm. Ned, do you know why these are called goosebumps? When he rears back to look at me, amusement is shining in his eyes. No, Stell, I have no idea. Quote, me either. We're both laughing when I lean forward to kiss him, but I feel my pulse quicken again almost immediately. How much sleep do you think is absolutely necessary tonight? I ask, breathing hard. 3 or 4 hours should be plenty, I think, he answers, taking me with him as he rolls onto his back. Sighing contentedly, I press my lips to his again. That sounds good to me. BPOV. Oh God, I whisper as the hot stream of water beats against my shins. I knew this wasn't a good idea. I love you, he breathes as he slowly slides into me again. I'm gonna kill you if we miss our flight, I pant, tightening my legs around his hips. We won't miss it, he says as I let my eyes close. He kisses me, capturing my lower lip between his as he pushes into me. When I whimper quietly, he releases my lip and I bury one hand in his wet hair as I move my mouth with his. He pulls out of me slowly, then thrusts back in quickly, surprising me. Oh God, Ned, I gasp, wrenching my mouth away from his as I clutch his shoulders and dig my fingernails into his skin. Look at me, Stella, he orders, his voice low and hoarse. When I open my eyes, he's staring intently at me. He presses his open lips against mine, holding my gaze. I love you, too. Finally, he exhales quietly, smiling against my lips as he adjusts his hands underneath my ass and angles his hips so that mine are pinned against the cool tile at my back. Hang on, baby, I'll hurry so you don't have to kill me. He plunges into me again, increasing his pace. Imprisoned by his hands and hips. I can't move as he pumps faster and faster, but I don't need to. He's hitting the right spot. Oh, my God, Edward, I cry quietly, reaching one hand up to grip his hair. I feel myself start to clench around him. You feel so good. Jesus, Stell, he groans. He thrusts several more times, then holds himself still inside me as he comes. Panting, I lean my head back against he tile wall and use the hand buried in his hair to pull his head in front of mine. His eyes are closed, his lips open as he catches his breath and I press my lips gently against his. You are extraordinarily distracting, Ned. Do you know that? I ask. They're the same words he said to me in his office on the day we met. Everything about that day is etched in my memory, every word, every look, every touch. But I'm not sure he remembers until he answers me. He chuckles into my mouth before he repeats my reply from that same day. How so, Miss Swan? I knew this would happen if we tried to shower together, I smile. Looking into his brilliant green eyes when he opens them. That's why I told you to get ready in your own room. I got lonely, he explains, leaning his forehead against mine. In 2 minutes, I laugh. I'm very needy, he replies, laughing, too. He shifts his head to kiss me, moving his lips and tongue lazily with mine for a moment, and then setting me down gently. He lets me step under the spray first to wash. Geez, Stell, hurry up. You're gonna make us late, he teases. We mostly keep our hands to ourselves as we finish showering, but we talk quietly, exchange lingering kisses. It's the perfect ending to our time together here. Half an hour later, I follow Edward down the stairs silently, fighting the tears that have been threatening since I zipped my suitcase closed. I puff my cheeks out and exhale shakily, but it's no use, the unwanted tears well in my eyes. When Edward reaches the foyer, he turns to look at me, then frowns when he sees that I'm upset. You all right? He asks, setting our suitcases down and letting me walk into his arms. I nod as he wraps me up tightly. It's just hard to say goodbye. They're like brothers to me, I sniffle, resting my head against his chest. We'll come see them again, baby. Anytime you want, he soothes as he rubs my back gently, and then kisses the top of my head. You go spend a minute with them and I'll put our bags in the car, okay? Okay, I reply, looking up at him and squeezing him before I let go. When I get to the kitchen doorway and look in, Jer is sitting at the table, staring down into the cup of coffee in front of him. He lifts his gaze to meet mine and we smile sadly at each other. You look like I feel, baby swan, he says, getting up to pour me a cup of coffee. This sucks. Nodding, I go straight to him and hug him tightly. We don't move for a minute except to twist slowly side to side as we quietly discuss when we'll see each other again. Well, there's one half of the noisy pair of lovebirds. Scott chuckles from behind me as he comes in from the back deck. Shut up, Scott, I grumble, but I'm smiling. We weren't noisy. Yeah, you were, Jer laughs, then pulls away from me when I reach for the ticklish spot under his arms. I walk to the counter and stir sugar into the coffee he poured for me. It's Edward's fault, I say, keeping my back to them, feeling my face flush, but I know if I act embarrassed, they'll tease me relentlessly. I told him not to do that thing with his tongue again. I smirk when I hear Jer and Scott laugh behind me. Is that a compliment or a complaint? Edward asks amusedly. My eyes slide closed as my face goes from feeling slightly heated to flaming hot. Truly mortified now, I curse under my breath at my big mouth as I toss the spoon into the sink beside me. Cradling my cup between both hands, I open my eyes and turn around, hoping my cheeks aren't as red as I think they are. It wasn't a complaint, Ned, I smile, leaning back against the counter. He walks across the kitchen, bending down to kiss me and then pouring coffee for himself. For the next few minutes, the four of us stand in the kitchen talking, and I write a short note to Mrs. Hill thanking her for her advice. After handing it to Jer to give to her, I turn to look questioningly at Edward. We'd probably better hit the road, he nods sympathetically. When we get to the front porch, I hug Scott tightly while Edward shakes hands with Jeremy beside us. I love you both, I say, my voice cracking with emotion. When I let Scott go, he and Edward walk down the porch steps and out to the car as I move to hug Jer. Baby swan, I'm so happy for you, he whispers, lifting me off the ground for a few seconds. You got yourself a good one there. I know, I smile, lean back to look up at him once he sets me down. I love you, Jer. Come visit, please. Maybe we'll make it up there this summer, he says, laughing when I roll my eyes. He says that every year, but they haven't been to Seattle yet. We turn to walk arm in arm to the rental car parked at the curb. Scott is sitting in the driver's seat of the car lowering the convertible top for us. Edward says so. Mouthing to him and Scott's answer makes Edward laugh as he pulls his sunglasses from the neck of his shirt and puts them on. Smiling at the sound of his laughter, I watch as the guys shake hands and exchange back slaps once Scott is standing. Edward gets behind the wheel and waits patiently while I kiss Scott and Jer again before sitting down beside him. As we pull away from the curb, I twist ND in my seat to wave goodbye one last time. Once we turn the corner, I finally sit back in my seat and buckle up. How's my girl? Edward asks, glancing over at me and reaching one hand over to rest on my leg. Ready to head back to reality. Ready, I smile, sliding my sunglasses on and covering his hand with mine. Blank. Driving up the overseas highway with the top down. The wind noise makes it difficult to carry on a conversation. Instead, we turn the radio up and hold hands. Occasionally, I lean over to talk to him or point out something especially scenic or historic. As we drive past the beach where I stopped 9 days ago, I remember standing ankle deep in the water and deciding that I could be all right without Ned. And I could have, but I'm so much happier with him. Turning to look at him, I feel the pull in my chest and smile widely. What? He yells, smiling back as he glances at me. Shaking my head at him, I lean in close. Nothing, Ned, I'm just happy, I say loudly, raising our joined hands to my mouth and kissing the back of his. By the time we reach Miami, the caffeine has worn off and I'm looking forward to sleeping on the plane. As soon as we're settled in our first-class seats, I take the tiny pillow the flight attendant gave me and prop it against the window. "You're gonna sleep?" he asks, leaning across the wide arm rest in between us. Apparently he isn't as tired as I am. "Planning to," I mumble, but I turn to look pointedly at him. "Unless you want to discuss again how pissed off I am that you upgraded my ticket without asking." He smirks. He knows I'm not really mad. "No, I don't want to discuss that. Besides, Jasper did it when he made my reservation. I just paid for it. I can pay for my own ticket." "Ned," I say, quirking an eyebrow at him. "You know I don't like you paying for everything. My income is probably less than yours." "Well, I'm sure it is, even though we've never actually discussed our salaries, but I like being independent. I can take care of myself. And I didn't ask for this pillow just to have something to hit you with, so be quiet. I'm taking a nap now." Rolling my eyes at his widening smile, I lean against the window and shut my eyes as the plane takes off. "I love it when even your rambles are stubborn and sarcastic," he says lowly. "But what's the big deal? You weren't full of this righteous indignation when I paid for us to fly to San Diego." "I was doing you a favor then," I retort, keeping my eyes closed, but I can't contain the smile that's spreading across my face. "Well, then do me another favor now," he says teasingly. "Quit bitching about the damn upgrade." Laughing quietly, I turn to look at him, then stretch across the armrest to kiss him. "Okay," I concede. He reaches for my hand and quietly persuades me to shift around toward him. I set my pillow down on the armrest and lean against Ned's arm instead, letting my eyes slide shut. "Jasper's picking us up?" he asks. Sighing, I nod. I don't think he's going to let me sleep. "Okay. My dad said he would pick us up if Jasper can't." "When did you talk to your dad?" I ask, lifting my head to look at him. Quote, "I called him this morning before we left Jer and Scott's," he says, surprising me since he rarely used to speak to Carlisle. When he sees my raised eyebrows, he continues. "We're closer now. I was too hard on him before. After you broke things off with me, I held it together at work, but at home I was miserable." I wrap both of my arms around his and tilt my head against his shoulder again. He clears his throat softly. "I started wondering if he felt that same way, after my mom. I showed up on his doorstep one night and asked him," he says. He answered everything. I never realized how much guilt he had, how deep his grief was for my brother and my mom. We talked for hours, cleared the air, straightened a lot of stuff out. "I'm so glad, Ned," I reply, looking up at him. "He's a good man. You're so much like him." Smiling slightly, he turns toward me. "The first time you said that to me last summer, I didn't want it to be true," he muses. "Now I hope you're right." "Ned, I am always right," I insist conceitedly, trying to lighten the moment. He chuckles as I squeeze his arm. "He's dating someone," he says. "I met her," I tell him, sitting up suddenly as I remember that we haven't discussed that day. His smile fades as he listens to me talk about meeting Esme at his house, looking at the pictures on his mantle, then taking Riley and getting the hell out of there when I knew he was on the way. "I wish I hadn't called. If I had just shown up, you might have still been at the house," he remarks sadly. "Ned, I think things with us happened exactly the right way," I contend. Before I lose my nerve, I tell him about stopping at that beach on my way to Key West, and my realization that I was going to be okay. "You really were ready to move on," he acknowledges, swallowing loudly. "I was getting there. I wanted to be happy again, whether it was alone or with someone," I answer truthfully. He looks away, focusing on something at the front of the plane and shifting away from me. "Edward, huh?" he asks distantly. I'm surprised that he's closing himself off emotionally the way he did at times last summer, especially after what he just told me about Carlisle. I guess his old habits die just as hard as mine. "That's important to me, that I was healing, that I'm stronger now than I used to be," I say, my voice quiet but forceful, urging him to understand what I mean. I didn't feel stronger when I thought you were with Jasper, he says, turning his wounded green gaze toward me. I felt like shit. He sounds irritated. I did, too. For a long time, I declare, feeling a little annoyed myself. But I thought you were unattainable. I thought I was going to have to watch Riley blow out her birthday candles while I stood next to you and your wife, Rosalie. Well, I had to watch you leave on a date with someone else last week, he fumes. So I guess we're even. You acted like you were okay with that, I reply exasperatedly. Acted? Stell, you want to know how I really felt? Depressed and pissed and jealous as hell, he insists, leaning across the armrest and speaking quickly. Why do you think I made sure he knew that we used to be together? And kissed you before you left? Why do you think I got drunk with Jeremy that night? You're comparing my date with someone I had known for 4 days to your engagement. I ask, leaning back against the window and crossing my arms over my chest. Real date. Fake engagement, he says snottily. Whatever, I mutter, resisting the urge to flip him off, barely. Grabbing my pillow from between us, I turn away from him and prop it against the window, then rest my head against it. Several minutes pass in silence before he touches my arm. Bella, he asks quietly. I don't answer. Why are we fighting? I don't know, I shrug. Because we stayed up almost all night having incredible sex and now we're both tired and grouchy. He chuckles quietly behind me and I smile. I think that's it, he agrees, skimming his hand down my arm to my hand. I turn my palm up and slide my fingers in between his. I'm proud of you for being strong. I always knew you were, but I'm glad you realize it now, too. I'm glad, too. Know why? I murmur. I wait until he says no before I continue. Because when you came to Florida last week, I felt free to choose what would make me happy. And you chose me, he says simply. I can hear the smile in his voice. Yes, Ned, I chose you, I chuckle, squeezing his hand. Again, he pulls on my hand and arm until I turn around and lean against his shoulder. Once more, I close my eyes. This time with a warming smile on my face, hoping I'll actually get to go to sleep. Bella, he asks a minute later. I want to laugh in exhausted frustration, but instead I hum at him and press my lips against his upper arm. There's only one woman I've ever thought about marrying and it wasn't Rosalie, he says, bending his head down close to mine. My heart begins to race erratically, as I lift my head to look at him to see if he means what I think he means. His green eyes are bright, sincere, honest. Lifting a hand to the side of his neck, I pull him toward me, resting my head against his. Trying to silently convey my feelings, too. After a moment, I kiss him, never intending to make out on the plane, but finding it difficult to break away once my lips touch his. Eventually I have to breathe though, and I pull back to look at him again. I love you, he whispers. I love you, too, Ned, I answer, smiling at him. And now that we've had our first fight and our first make-up, can I please take a nap? He laughs as he says yes and I talk him into reclining his seat to match mine, even though he says he never sleeps on airplanes. Leaning against his shoulder again, I close my eyes. Just before I fall asleep, I sigh contentedly as I feel his lips against my forehead. Blank, blank. As we deplane in Seattle, I'm still yawning and tilting my head from side to side to work out the kinks from sleeping for several hours against Ned's shoulder. Once we get out of the secure area, I scan the crowd of people, looking for Jasper's blonde curls. I don't spot him, but I do see a really cute 5-year-old with blonde curls waving wildly from her seat atop someone's shoulders, then she disappears. But I hear her, Uncle Edward. Bella. Dibs, I say, handing my backpack to Edward and stepping in front of him. I move faster toward the sound of her voice until I see her. Laughing through the sudden happy tears in my eyes, I bend down to catch her as she rushes into my arms. Hi, she says excitedly, wrapping her arms and legs around me as I stand up. Hi, sweetie, I murmur. How are you? I squeeze her tightly for a second before I feel Edward at my back. He kisses the top of her head and then mine as he hugs us both and says hi to her. When he lets us go and we start walking toward where Alice and Jas are waiting, he turns to look at me. You can't just call dibs and run for her, he protests teasingly. Well, I did, I retort, turning to smile at him. So apparently I can. Bella, guess what? Riley says, recapturing my attention as she rears back in my arms to look at me. My mommy has a boyfriend and his name is Jasper. He told me he's your best friend and that he calls you baby swan. That's right, I nod. And my mommy says that Uncle Edward is an idiot, and another word I'm not allowed to repeat, but you forgave him, she continues as Edward and I laugh. She levels her bright blue gaze his way next. Uncle Edward, is Bella your girlfriend again? Yes, he answers firmly. The certainty of his short, simple answer pleases me and I turn to smile at him. Riley squirms around in my arms until I set her down, then tear my eyes away from Edward to watch her race toward Jasper. I see him scoop her up and laugh at whatever she says to Alice. As we continue walking, Edward reaches for my hand and bends down to whisper in my ear. Marry me, he says quietly. My breath hitches and I stumble as I turn to look at him. He clutches my hand tightly, steadying me as we stop walking and face each other. I feel like I can't breathe and I know my mouth is hanging open as I blink silently up at him. I don't think he's serious, he can't be serious, it's too soon and he knows it, he knows I won't say yes. But I don't think he's really fucking with me, I think it's more like testing the waters, seeing if I'll run away again. I won't. Finally, I close my mouth and swallow. Lifting up on my tiptoes, I press my lips gently to his. No, I whisper. Why not? He asks, pulling back to look at me. He doesn't look upset or surprised at my answer, just curious. You know why not? We've been together 4 days, and you're not serious anyway, I say. Squeezing his hand and lifting my other hand to rest against his chest. Plus, we're in the freaking airport. Not very romantic, Ned. Then come home with me tonight, he shrugs, smirking at me. No, I say, shaking my head slightly. I haven't been home in 2 weeks. I want to sleep in my own bed. So this is reality. A cold, empty bed for me. He sounds like he's teasing mostly. I think he's a little annoyed though. No, Ned, I reply gently, taking my backpack from him and slinging it over my shoulder. I reach for his hand again and hold it between both of mine. Reality is I love you. Reality is we both have to go back to work tomorrow. We didn't sleep much last night and if I stay with you, we won't sleep much tonight either. That makes him laugh. Tomorrow night, he asks hopefully. Tomorrow night, I agree. Blank, blank. On the way home, we stop for pizza at Zeppi's. Riley entertains us with stories about school, rambling on and on. Sporadically hopping from one subject to another the same way she hops from my lap to Edward's to Jasper's. I bet this is exactly how you were when you were little, Edward says, smiling at me. My dad says I was a quiet kid. I'm not sure when I got so aimlessly chatty, I laugh, shrugging one shoulder at him. You were this way when I met you, Jas laughs, jerking his thumb at Riley. The first night I met you at Newton's apartment, you never stopped talking. I almost kissed you just to stop your lips from moving. Shut up. I frown, but I can't stop the giggle that escapes. Edward and Alice are both chuckling, too. You barely even took a breath, baby swan, he drawls when he continues. I was afraid you'd have brain damage from lack of oxygen. Living together hasn't slowed you down much either. He turns to look at Alice. She even talks to me when I'm in the shower. Alice laughs. Edward is still smiling, but he doesn't look amused. I widen my eyes at Jas when he glances my way, and he suddenly seems to realize that this conversation has veered into an uncomfortable area. Insisting tonight's dinner is on him, he excuses himself to go pay the bill. Alice takes Riley to the bathroom to wash up. Hey, I say quietly, turning to Edward and taking his hand once we're alone. You know it's just Jasper and I have known each other for a long time. I know, he replies, looking down and reaching for the bracelet hanging around my wrist. He twirls it around, making the charms clink together softly. Then he sighs loudly. I'm going to have to get used to it. Uncle Edward, Riley exclaims, rushing back to our table. Can I spend the night with you and Bella? I don't have school tomorrow. Bella's not staying at my house tonight, Riley, he says brusquely, dropping my hand. His mouth settles into a thin, tight line. She's going to her house. Jasper's house. She lives with Jasper, Riley corrects. I want to hang my head and groan, but instead I lift Riley onto my lap. Tell you what, sweetie, I say, wrapping my arms around her. I'll talk to Uncle Edward and we'll plan something very soon, okay? Okay, she replies dismissively, sliding off my lap and racing toward Alice and Jasper. I smile pleadingly at Edward and he half smiles back. Let's go, he says, taking my hand again. He stands and then pulls me up next to him, wrapping his arm around my shoulders as we walk toward the door. Blank. After we take Alice and Riley home, we drop Edward off at his house. I get out to tell him goodnight on the sidewalk. I love you, I whisper, hugging him tightly. I know, he says, but he still seems a little disgruntled. I love you, too, Stell. I'll call you tomorrow. He kisses me twice before turning to walk into the house. When we get home, Jas carries my suitcase to my room for me and sits on the bed as I begin unpacking. After not really talking to each other for 9 days, he's got a lot to say. He gives me the rundown on what's been happening at work and then, of course, segues to Alice. I pause to smile at him as he talks about Alice and Riley. He's head over heels for both of them. And no one deserves to have that more than these 3 people. When he's finally silent for a moment, I deduce that he's ready to start grilling me. I haven't said much so far, but that's mostly because I'm so exhausted. So things went well in Key West? He asks quietly. When I look at him, he's studying my face intently. Smiling, I nod. So I'm not in trouble for sending the bastard down there. Laughing, I flop face down onto the bed. Jas lies down on his back and we look at each other around the top of the suitcase in between us. You're not in trouble, I say. Did he really hit you? Yep, Jas replies, chuckling. He hits pretty fucking hard, too. He tells me his version of the night of the whiskey drinking and talking. When he told me he loved you, I knew I had to either CK him for being so fucking stupid or send him to you so you could do it. Did you punch him? No, I say. Run away from him, he asks, laughing louder when I nod reluctantly. I knew it would be one of those. You're so predictable, baby swan. I might punch you now, I smirk sleepily. Lying still, I'm suddenly having trouble keeping my eyes open. As I listen to Jas talk about how pissed Alice was at Edward, I let my eyes slide closed. I drift off to sleep immediately, then groggily raise my head when I feel Jas pull my shoes off. Come on, baby swan. Scoot around here, he says, pulling and lifting me until I'm lying on my pillow. He covers me up, then leans down to kiss my forehead. Sleep tight, sugar. I open my eyes as he turns off the light and starts to shut the door. Jas, I murmur. Thank you for sending him. I love you so much. I love you so much, too, he replies as he closes the door quietly. Sighing happily, I can't imagine anything destroying this mood. Blank. What? I screech, glaring across my desk at Emmett. From the corner of my eye, I see Jasper's eyebrows shoot up as he gets up to shut my office door. I know I was loud, but I don't care. I can't believe they waited until the end of the day to come in here and drop this shit on me. Jasper sits back down in one of the chairs in front of my desk. Emmett is cowering in the other one. Belle, just give her a chance, okay? Emmett pleads, aiming his deep, blue gaze at me. No fucking way, I see it. Jesus Christ. First Edward, now you. What the hell? Does Rosalie have some kind of superpower I'm not aware of? Is she a voodoo priestess? An evil queen who put you under some magic spell. How can you stand to be around such an icy bitch? She's not like that, Emmett insists, leaning forward and putting his hands on my desk. She's great. And she feels terrible about you and Edward and all the other stuff. I don't care, Emmett, I reply angrily. You say you're my selection committee. Well, I'm your selection committee, and she doesn't pass. You don't know her, he defends heatedly, pissing me off even more. I don't want to, I retort, my volume increasing again. I hear Jasper chuckling quietly and turn my glare his way, but he's busy grinning at Emmett. Told you she'd be pissed, he drawls, holding a hand out, palm up, toward M. Pay up. My glare settles into a disbelieving frown as Emmett pulls a 20 from his money clip. You're betting on me, I ask, hurt. You hit me with this bullshit about you and Rosalie on my first day back and you're betting on me, too. Baby swan, I told you last night you're too predictable. I knew you wouldn't be happy about this development, Jas boasts. Emmett, however, thought you would be a little more open-minded since you forgave Edward. And since Rosalie was helping him and trying to protect Riley. Narrowing my eyes at Jasper, I stop myself from any other outward reaction to his statements. What he's doing trying to make me feel petty and harsh for judging Rosalie without really knowing her. And trying to make me ashamed that Emmett thinks I'm a better person than I actually am. Damn it, it's working. Exhaling in a loud gust, I close my eyes. When I open them again, I ignore Jas and look straight at Emmett. What do you want me to do? I ask quietly. Have dinner with us Friday night, he says hesitantly. All of us, Edward, Jasper and Alice, too. Plenty of buffers. I finally glance at Jasper, looking into those Texas skies that have rarely steered me wrong. He winks and nods minutely at me. Okay. I finally relent, rolling my eyes when Emmett whoops and hops out of his chair. He walks around to my side of the desk and pulls me out of my chair. Thanks, Belle, he says quietly, hugging me close. She's important to me. I hug him back, turning my head away so neither of them can see me pretending to gag at his remark. He rushes out, probably to call her, and I sit down and swivel my chair around to look out the window behind me. I hear my office door close and assume Jas left, too, but then I hear the crinkly squeak of the leather chair as he sits back down. Tilting my head back against the top of my chair, I close my eyes. Sometimes I hate that he knows me so well. What's going on, baby swan? He asks quietly. Yesterday when you got back, your eyes were all lit up. But today the light's gone. I don't know, I whine. Are you seeing Edward tonight? He asks. Yeah, I whisper. I haven't spoken to Edward today. He left me a voicemail earlier when I was in a meeting. But I didn't call him back. I just texted him that I'd meet him at his house. I'm supposed to go over there in an hour. Are you staying with him tonight? Not sure yet, I say. My voice still hushed as I open my eyes and look out at the gray clouds. I'll let you know. Are you okay? He asks hesitantly. I puff my cheeks out and exhale slowly. I feel weird nervous, I muse. Laying one hand on my upset stomach. I wonder if there's still Pepto in my desk. You're having doubts? He asks gently. No, I exclaim, spinning my chair back around to frown at him. No, but it feels like we're starting over or something. It's been a while since you guys were together, baby swan, he reasons. 5 days together last week can't make up for the 5 months you were apart. But you'll adjust. Yeah, I know, I say, nodding. Just talk to him, he urges. Don't close yourself off. I will. I won't, I say, knowing he's right. I push myself out of my chair and pull my leather jacket from the coat rack. I'm going home to change. Are you coming? Nope. I'm taking Alice and Riley out to dinner, he says as he helps me into my coat. Gimme some sugar, sugar. We kiss each other's cheeks and then hug lightly before letting go. As he drives out of the parking lot a few minutes later, he smiles and waves. I wave back, wishing I felt as eager for my dinner date as he does. ____. My anxiety worsens as I drive to Edward's an hour later. When I turn onto his street, I swallow uncomfortably. I pull over to the curb and look at the house. It's dark outside, but the whole house is glowing with a soft light from within. It's so inviting, and yet I feel like throwing up. As I walk up the sidewalk, I glance toward the double garage door and feel my stomach lurch. I used to park in there. My heart is pounding as I climb the porch steps and look at the front door. I used to go right in, not knock or ring the doorbell like I will tonight. I lift my hand to rest against the door and chicken out. Turning away, I move toward the porch swing as I zip my coat to ward off the chilly evening air. I sit down on the swing, pulling one leg up to my chest and wrapping my arms around my raised knee. Looking at the houses across the street, I push myself back and forth crookedly with the foot still on the ground. I love this neighborhood, I love this house, and I love the man who lives here, but I don't know the little details about his life anymore. We're close, but we're not close the way we were last summer. Last week, we were in our own little world, just like last summer. Just Ned and me. But now, we're home and it's a real relationship. We're not just friends or fuck buddies anymore. He's my boyfriend. He's thought about marrying me. We have to deal with jobs and families and friends, and Rosalie. Jesus, I need Pepto. When I hear the front door open, I turn to look at him, automatically smiling when I see him grinning at me as he steps onto the porch. What are you doing out here, Stell? He asks quietly as he shuts the door to the house and walks toward me. Thinking, I answer. I stop the swing so he can sit down next to me. Is something wrong? He asks, extending his arm behind me. No, yes, I don't know. My stomach hurts. I exhale, leaning toward him. I want to go back to Florida. He chuckles quietly and wraps his arm around my shoulders. I'm nervous, too, he admits, kissing the top of my head. I suddenly realized today that I don't really know what's going on with your life, I mean besides us. Ned, that's exactly how I feel, I say, twisting to the side a little to wrap my arm around his chest. So much has happened in the last 6 days. Yeah, a week ago, you were in Florida moving on without me. He muses as he pushes the swing back and forth gently. And you were here punching people and drinking whiskey, I say, smiling when I feel the laughter rumble through his chest. Sitting up, I turn sideways to face him. I'm happy, Edward. I just feel tilted, you know. Like I need to get my bearings. I get it, he replies softly, taking my hand when I hold it toward him. We'll just take our time. Get accustomed to each other's lives again. When I lean forward to kiss him, his lips are cold. Baby, where's your coat? I ask. Inside, he answers. Didn't think I'd be out here this long. You want to come in with me to get it? Then I'll take you to dinner. He stops the swing and stands up, pulling me up with him. As we step inside the house, my eyes land on the couch, and I'm nauseous all over again. My thoughts immediately jump to the morning I left, when I told him I didn't love him and he told me to get out. While he turns off the kitchen lights and gets his coat, I walk toward the couch. Determined to face the fear and pain I felt when I was here with Renesmee a few weeks ago. But as I stand behind the couch rubbing my fingers along the soft fabric, I don't feel either of those things. Even though I'm thinking about Halloween night, the horrible images of the last few moments we spent together are suddenly replaced by other memories. How gentle yet eager he was as he pulled at my clothes. How tenderly we moved together. His warm breath on my neck when he said he loved me. Right behind you, he says quietly just before he slides his arms around my waist to rest on my suddenly calmer stomach. I heard you, Ned, I reply, resting my head against his chest. You're not all that sneaky. I don't want to sneak around anymore with you. I want people to know we're together, he says. That okay? Quote. Depends what you mean. You're not putting my picture inside Hale software, or anything, are you? I joke. He laughs and kisses me when I turn around in his arms. No, he replies, his green gaze holding mine. I was thinking more of telling Jack what's going on. Maybe going to see your dad. I feel like I owe him an explanation. Tell Jack whenever you want, I say, hooking my arms around his neck and playing idly with his hair. But I may need to give my dad a little warning. Jas blabbed about your engagement and my dad carries a gun. Let me bring him around a bit. Then maybe we can go see him for his birthday next month. Okay, he agrees, smiling at me. Can we go eat now? I'm starving. Laughing, I tug on his neck and raise up my tiptoes until I can reach his lips to kiss him. Let's go. I'm hungry, too. Blank. That night, Edward doesn't ask me to sleep over. He follows me home and walks me to the front door. Then asks me out for Tuesday night. Tuesday. He texts me several times during the day and calls twice. After dinner that night, he takes me to the pub we went to the night we met, and we sit in the same secluded back booth. For over 3 hours, we talk and laugh and hold hands across the table. When he takes me home just before midnight, he kisses me and asks me to dinner. Wednesday, but he doesn't ask to come in. The next night follows the same basic pattern of dinner and talking. We're both still a little hesitant with each other, but it's getting easier to talk, even about the difficult subjects. Only one subject seems to remain strictly off limits, Rosalie. Neither of us brings her up at all. Since Friday and the getting to know Rosalie dinner is quickly approaching, I decide to bite the bullet. When Edward takes me home Wednesday night, I invite him for dinner at home the next night, with the intention of getting any residual issues about her out in the open. But I'm still a scaredy cat at heart. So before he arrives on Thursday, I open a bottle of wine and pour myself half a glass. I'm taking my first sip as Jas walks into the kitchen. Hitting the sauce before the date. I thought you said things were going well, Jas remarks, leaning a hip against the counter to face me. They are. But we need to talk about Rosalie, I say, setting the wineglass down as I open the oven to check the food. I don't want any surprises for either of us tomorrow night. Jas picks up my glass and takes a sip. Baby swan, I'm proud of you, he says, handing the glass back after I close the oven and turn to face him. You're handling all this, Edward's friendship with her, Emmett's relationship with her, very well. No, I'm not, hence the ween, I trill, dragging the word out and holding my glass up high. Laughing, Jas pulls me to his chest and hugs me tightly. I'm still proud of you and happy for me, he chuckles as I pat his back. Hi, Edward says from the doorway. Sorry, the note on the door said to come on in. Hi, Ned, I smile, backing away from Jas. Hey, Edward, Jas says lightly as Edward looks uneasily between Jas and me. All right, I'm out of here. You kiddies have fun. I wait until Jas is gone before I say anything. Quit looking at me like that, I say lowly. He's my best friend, but I'm in love with you and he's in love with your sister. Quote, he nods. I know. You guys are very comfortable physically with each other. Yes, we are, I acknowledge. And I told you that last summer. But it's not like we sit around at night all snuggled up, Ned. I get it, Stella, he says, rubbing one hand across his face. I'm just not used to seeing it yet. I set my glass down on the counter and walk toward him. Smiling when he bends down slightly so I can bury my face in his neck while I hug him. Can I help with dinner? He asks when I start to pull away. No, thanks, I laugh as I look up at him. I'm better than I used to be, he argues, smiling widely at me. Finally, I can toss a salad. And I never burn the garlic bread anymore. Laughing, I tug on his neck until he kisses me. Where did you learn that? I murmur against his lips. He kisses me again before he answers. Rosalie. She made me help, he answers reluctantly. I sigh, wishing this hadn't come up quite so early in the evening. Then again, maybe it's better to get it over with. Okay, Ned, we need to talk about her. Pour us both a glass of wine and let's sit down, I say. For the next hour, we eat and he talks. He answers every question I ask him, even the one about whether he saw her naked. Ever or in the last year? He asks, scrunching his face up a little. Closing my eyes, I lift my eyebrows and wish I had started with tequila instead of red wine. Both, I guess, I mutter, opening my eyes to look at him. Well, when we were kids, we skinny dipped once, he admits. But neither of us had hit puberty yet, so I'm not sure that counts. But she was the first non-related girl I saw naked. Okay, that wasn't terrible. I pick up my wine and take a sip as he continues. In the last year, I haven't seen her naked. I saw part of her boob one night in the hotel, he says. I take 2 bigger sips of Merlot. It was just the side, I promise. And I looked away. At that comment, I pull the glass away from my lips and smirk at him, quirking one eyebrow. After a few seconds, he says sheepishly, turning red. Kissing? I ask briskly, taking a big drink of wine this time and holding it in my mouth. This is not proper etiquette, but I don't care. Only as part of the plan, he says. Only in front of people or when we knew we'd get caught. We needed the rumors to get back to James. I swallow the wine loudly. So never in the hotel room? I ask, taking a deep breath and holding it. Never, Stell, he answers seriously. Exhaling loudly, I nod and smile, grasping his hand tightly when he reaches toward me. Blank. Once the kitchen is cleaned up, we move to the couch in the living room. I'm much more relaxed now that we've made it past my least favorite subject, or maybe it's the wine. Or maybe it's both. When Jas texts me that he's on his way home, I ask Edward if he wants to stay down here or move to my room to talk. Let's stay here, he suggests with a shrug. I need to get to know him better since he's involved with Alice and Riley now. And I don't want to be jealous of your friendship with him anymore. When Jas comes in, he gets a glass of wine and sits down in the chair next to the couch. Cognizant of Edward's lingering discomfort about the earlier hugging, I make a point to scoot closer to him on the couch, lean against him, and include him in everything Jas and I talk about. And when Jas talks practically non-stop about Alice, then relates all the funny things Riley said to him tonight, I think he wins Edward over. Well, I'm gonna head up, Jas says an hour later. We've got a big night tomorrow. Right, baby swan. Don't remind me, I groan as Edward chuckles. After we all say goodnight and Jasper is safely upstairs, I reach forward to set my empty wineglass on the coffee table, and then turn sideways on the couch. I can't wait any longer, I whisper as I lift my hand to Edward's neck. Leaning into him, I settle my lips against his as soon as he's close enough. He moans quietly, burying one hand in my hair to hold my head still as he kisses me back. After a couple of minutes, I'm uncomfortable in this twisted position, so I back away long enough to raise up on my knees and swing one leg over his lap. Better, I sigh, smiling against his lips as I sink both hands into his hair. Much better, he replies, grasping my hips and spreading his fingers across my ass. We haven't kissed like this for several days, and my desire spikes quickly as we move our lips and tongues together feverishly. He pulls his mouth away from mine, nuzzling my neck as he slides his hands to my waist and then up slightly, using his thumbs to caress the sides of my breasts. Breathing hard, I grip his hair and lean back a little, trying to move his hands to my chest. But he keeps them in place. Baby, we're in the living room and you have a roommate, he says lowly, breathing into the left side of my neck. I shiver as goosebumps erupt down my left arm. Smiling, he rubs them away as he rears back to look at me. It's late anyway. I should go home. No, I don't want you to go, I whisper desperately. Stay. I press my lips softly against his. I'll feel weird with Jasper in the house, he mumbles. I let my hands drop to his shoulders and shift backward on his legs. We can just sleep, Edward, I insist quietly, searching his deep, green eyes. I just feel so close to you tonight. I'm not ready to let that go. Smiling and nodding slightly, he relents, then chuckles when I dive toward his chest and hug him. We sit intertwined a little longer before I scoot off him and pull him up He helps me turn out all the lights and we walk upstairs holding hands. In my room, I let him use the bathroom first while I turn down the sheets for us. Since it's been chilly this week, I've been wearing flannel pajamas to bed, but there's no way in hell I'm putting those on with Edward here. Well, maybe just the top. Several minutes later, I come out of the bathroom in a red flannel shirt with black boy shorts underneath. Edward is standing in front of my dresser, stripped down to his boxers, and I let my eyes wander lingeringly up and down his body. Then I realize that he's studying the photos I have displayed and there are none of him in the bunch. I have framed pictures of Riley, Jasper and Emmett, my dad, the whole Whitlock family. There's even one of my mom. Without saying anything to him, I walk into the closet and get a shoebox from the top shelf. He turns to look at me quizzically as I approach and hand him the box, and I take the lid off and drop it to the floor. He peers inside as I take out the pictures I put away, frames and all, when I thought things between us were over. 2 photos of us in New York. 2 Fr. On the weekend in San Diego, one of us alone, and one with Peter and Charlotte. A photo of Riley and him peeking out the window of the playhouse. One of us with my dad at my birthday lunch. I couldn't stand looking at them, I whisper, remembering how painful it was to see his face, to think about him being in love with Rosalie. I kept them in my nightstand at first, but it was too hard, I was too tempted to look at them. While I set the photos down and arrange them the way I want, he digs through the other, unframed, pictures in the box. "Where'd you get this?" he asks curiously, pulling out the Inside Hale Software magazine, which, of course, is open to the glossy GQ photo of him. "Snagged it from the Hale reception area the day of our first meeting," I admit with a chuckle, wrapping both of my arms around one of his. I press my lips against his bicep as I study the picture for the first time in over 2 months. "That's where I first saw you, right before we met in your office. That was one of the best days of my life," he says quietly, putting the magazine back in the box and setting it down on my dresser. "Mine, too," I breathe, as we face each other, reach for each other. He bends down, crashing his open lips against mine and wrapping his arms around my waist. I cup the sides of his face to hold him still while I slide my tongue along his bttom lip, then into his mouth. As we kiss, I skim my hands down his neck to rest on his chest, feeling his heart pound underneath my fingertips. When I dig my nails into his bare skin, he grunts quietly and lifts one hand up to the back of my head, twisting my hair around his fingers. He tugs gently, making me arch farther backward as he nips along my jaw and down my neck. "Don't stop kissing me," I plead, my voice hushed. In response, I feel his tongue on my neck for an instant before he sucks gently on a spot just below my left ear. Unable to help myself, I push my hips against his, gasping quietly when he drops the hand on my waist lower, holding my lower body against his as he presses himself against me. "Bella," he groans, carefully unwinding my hair from his fingers and gliding that hand down my back, too. He pulls his face out of my neck and puts his lips on mine again, continuing to move his hips as we pant into each other's mouths. I shift my arms to wrap around his shoulders when he bends slightly, lifting me up and turning to walk toward the bed. We tumble down clumsily, keeping our lips pressed together even though we're both smiling as we hit the mattress. We end up lying diagonally on the bed with one of Ned's legs in between mine. He reaches for the top button on my shirt, quickly slipping it in the next two free and sliding his hand inside. I whimper into his mouth when he circles my nipple with his index finger, arching my back to force myself into his hand. "Please," I whisper, gripping his hair with one hand as he kisses down my neck toward my chest, nudging my shirt aside as he goes. He rolls and tugs my nipple between 2 fingers, then grasps my breast with his hand as he covers it with his mouth. I feel his tongue swirl smoothly around my nipple before he sucks, wedging his knee between my legs at the same time. Both of us moan as I lift my hips and press myself against his knee. He raises his head to look at me when he reaches for my leg, wrapping his hand around it and squeezing before gliding his fingers slowly up my inner thigh. He presses his hand against me, stroking me over my underwear several times. Then, keeping his gaze on mine, he finally slips his fingers under the material to circle my clit unhurriedly. "Ned, please," I beg, digging my fingernails into his shoulders. "I want you, but, baby, we are loud," he says, leaning over me and sliding one finger inside me. "Can you be quiet?" "I'll try, I promise," rolling my lips together to contain my moan as he adds a second finger and pumps them deliberately in and out of me. He lowers his head to kiss a path between my breasts. "Can I bite you?" As he raises up to look at me again, his brow is furrowed like he's in pain. "Fuck, yeah," he growls as he presses his fingers inside me, holding still as I move my hips against them. I can't stop the moan this time, and he immediately kisses me to muffle the sound. I capture his lower lip between mine and bite gently, only letting go when he groans quietly. "Can I be on top?" I ask breathlessly as he latches onto my nipple again. "Jesus, Stell, you're killing me," he answers against my breast. But he looks up at me and smiles as he pulls his fingers out of me, excruciatingly slowly. He rolls away, shoving his boxers down and kicking them off the side of the bed. "Come on." Bending my knees, I slide my boy shorts down my legs, then flip over and straddle him. He puts one hand on my waist to steady me and holds his cock with the other as I sink down onto him. "Fuck," he whispers, closing his eyes. I let mine slide shut, too, as I lift and lower myself, setting a slow rhythm. I feel his fingers graze my stomach as he unbuttons the last two buttons on my top. "Take it off," he says hoarsely. Opening my eyes, I look into his as I shrug my shoulders, letting the shirt fall partway down my arms, exposing my chest, but still hanging from my bent elbows. "You're so beautiful, Edward," I whisper. Under me, I feel his hips buck as he thrusts into me. He pulls on the shirt until I let it slip off and he flings it to the side, then grips my hips with his hands, urging me to move faster. "Edward," I repeat, but I think I was loud, so I clamp my lips together. "Oh, fuck, Bella." He groans quietly. He raises his hands to cup my breasts, rubbing his thumbs across my nipples as I press my fingers against my mouth to keep from crying out. When I whimper, he smiles at me. "You're doing so good, baby. You feel so fucking good." I let my eyes close as I speed up again. "Edward the First can't Ned," I cry softly, falling forward onto my extent. D arms and holding still as pleasure races through me. He continues caressing my breasts as I gasp and jerk my hips. When I recover a bit, I lower myself farther and kiss him, nibbling gently at his lips. After a minute, he trails his hands down the front of my body to grip my hips again, nudging me gently to start moving. I push myself up slightly on my arms, hovering my face a few inches above his and opening my eyes. "I love you," I whisper as I rock against him. "I love you, Stell," he answers, looking at me and reaching one hand to my face. He traces his index finger along my top lip, tickling me, arousing me again. I reach for his wrist, holding his hand still as I pull his finger into my mouth, stroking the underside of it with my tongue and then sucking gently in time with his thrusts. I moan, loudly again. I think. When he pushes more powerfully into me, I let my hand skim down his forearm and drop to the bed to support me as I fasten my teeth on his finger and bite down lightly. "Bella," he groans hoarsely. Keeping my eyes on his, I slowly pull my mouth away, until his finger drops from my mouth to my chin, and then I sit up, shaking my hair out behind me. I continue moving on him at a steady pace as he grasps my sides, brushing his thumbs along the underside of my breasts. When I move a little faster, his eyes slide closed, his lips drop open and his hands fall to my legs. "Baby, please," he groans, gripping my thighs. He sits up suddenly, putting his hands under my ass to support me. "Switch your legs, Stell," he commands, helping me move my legs to wrap around him on the bed. Once I'm settled, He kisses me passionately for a few seconds before pulling his mouth away. Groaning quietly, he lifts and lowers me roughly several times. I feel myself racing toward another orgasm and wrap my arms tightly around him as I lower my mouth to the top of his shoulder. "Oh, God, Ned," I whisper against his skin. "You're gonna make me again. I want you to," he growls. Gasping, I feel the pleasure burst and spread through my body. I sink my teeth into his skin and suck, grunting quietly as he continues to move me until I feel him release. "Fuck Stella," he says, wrapping his arms around my back. This time, he's the one that's loud. I pull my mouth away from his shoulder, kissing up his neck and then along his jaw until I reach his mouth. Breathing hard, he puts his mouth on mine. But he doesn't really move his lips with mine. "Jesus, Bella," he mumbles as I continue to place kisses along his lower lip from one side to the other. "What the hell did you do to me? Fucked you so hard that you don't know where you are?" I ask innocently, pulling back to look into his eyes. "Christ, baby, you sure did," he breathes, smiling. I smile back and kiss him again. This time he kisses me, too, his heart still racing against my chest. When we break apart a minute later, we hug tightly, clutching each other and rocking gently side to side. Eventually, he pulls back to look at me, placing one more kiss on my lips. "Want to lie down?" he asks. We both chuckle as we try to gracefully untangle ourselves, then he lies on his back and holds me close to his side. I rest my head on his shoulder and scratch my fingers lazily across his stomach, the same way he does when he wakes up. "Was I loud?" I ask. "I have no idea, baby," he says, sounding amused. "I think I was loud once." "Oh, you definitely were," I say, propping myself up so I can see his face. "Marry me," he breathes, lifting his hand to my face, raising his fingers along my cheek. My heart beats wildly and I smile softly at him. "No," I answer. "Then live with me," he says. "No," I repeat, leaning down to kiss him. "Why not? It's been 8 days now," he says, smiling against my lips. Sighing, I pull away far enough to look in his eyes. "I'm relieved that you can count, Ned. But you know it's too soon," I say gently. "We have to know each other again." "We're getting there," he says seriously, nodding at me. "Yes, Ned, we are," I agree. "You know I'll wear you down," he says teasingly. "You can't resist me forever." I don't intend to, but it's also too soon to tell him that. Instead, I press one more lingering kiss against his lips, then roll over to turn off the lamp. We both settle in, lying on our sides and facing each other. I scoot toward him so I can rest against his chest. "Kiss me goodnight," I whisper. Tilting my head back, I smile when our lips meet. "You've got trivia, don't you?" He chuckles against my mouth. I giggle and nod. "See, I do know you. Hit me." "Did you know that our brains have special neurons to help us find each other's lips in the dark?" I ask. "Just you and me or humans in general?" He laughs, trailing his hand down my arm to link our fingers. "All humans," I say wryly. "Arrogant semi-asshole." "Ah, there's my girl," he murmurs, using his special neurons to find my lips again. When I pull away and burrow into my favorite spot, I sigh happily. "Night, Ned," I whisper. "Night, Stell," he replies. Blank, blank. Edward and I are the last to arrive at the restaurant Friday night. As we approach the table where everyone else is already seated, I see that I have a choice: either I can sit by Rosalie or Edward can. I vote for him. Narrowing my eyes slightly, I think about the first time I met her in New York last summer. I remember her iciness when we first spoke, her cattiness when she brought up Edward's old girlfriend in front of me. My stomach clenches as I recall how intimidated I was by the time Edward and I left the board meeting. Involuntarily, more images fill my mind, all from the Hale Christmas party, causing a mixture of jealousy and pain to quickly course through my veins. Rosalie's Udenis when she came to pull Edward away from the conversation he was having with me, her breathtaking smile as she stood wrapped in his arms, leaning familiarly against him on stage as Jack began to speak the devastation that buckled my knees and made me physically ill when Jack announced their engagement. And the final one, Edward standing at the curb, his hand buried in the top of his hair, calling my name as Jasper, and I sped away. Letting my wary gaze land on Rosalie at last, I see her smiling widely at Edward. I don't turn to look at him, but I'm sure he's smiling back at her, his friend. For most of the drive here, he encouraged me to give her a chance. I'm not really planning to, but I fake nodded and reluctantly agreed my way through the lecture to appease him. When we get to the table, Edward starts to pull out the chair next to Jasper for me. But I've changed my mind. There's no fucking way I'm letting him sit by her right now. I have enough images of them together running through my brain. I'll sit here, I say quietly as I put my hand on the back of the chair next to Rosalie, struggling not to clench my teeth. Edward doesn't say anything, but he smiles proudly at me as he holds the chair for me. I almost feel guilty, knowing my motives aren't as noble as he believes. I look Rosalie in the eye as I sit down and scoot in, refusing to be intimidated by her again. And I also refuse to smile at her. "Hi, everybody," I say curtly, turning my attention to the rest of the table. As soon as Edward is seated beside me, I reach toward him. He laces our fingers, zing lightly, and then resting our joined hands on his leg. "Hi, Bella," Rosalie says softly from my other side. I guess she didn't get the hint from my earlier glare that I don't want to talk to her. "Rosalie," I say coolly, turning my head slightly and looking at her from the corner of my eye. "Thank you for agreeing to come tonight," she continues. "It means a lot to Emmett." "I'd do almost anything for Emmett," I state quietly, turning all the way toward her. My tone is pleasant, but the look in my eyes is not. I learned this from Mama Whitlock. Joey gets one of these stare downs at almost every family meal. "You're a very good friend to him, Bella," she says, clearly trying to butter me up now. I turn back around as the server begins pouring the wine, straining not to roll my eyes. I wonder if I can sneak away to the bar. I bite the inside of my cheek as I look around, trying to see if anyone would notice me standing at the bar and knocking back shots. "You okay?" Edward asks, leaning close to whisper in my ear as he tightens his fingers around mine. "Yep," I lie succinctly. "Stell," he says lowly, waiting until I turn his way to say anything else. "I love you." "I know," I exhale, smiling slightly and leaning toward him. I kiss the corner of his mouth and then sit back up. Looking to my left, I see Emmett wrap his arm around Rosalie's shoulders and say something quietly to her. I pick up my menu, holding it close to block my view of them, afraid I won't be able to stifle the urge to stick my tongue out at her much longer. We all study the menus for a few minutes, making small talk until the server takes our orders. Then Jasper prods Emmett to tell us about what happened that day at Hale Software when he was hiding from Rosalie in the men's room. "Well, I was on the phone with Belle. I was pretty freaked to see Rosalie, and to find out who she was," he relates. Then he leans forward to look at Edward. "I thought you two were still engaged." "They were never engaged," I say, irritation evident in my voice. Emmett clears his throat uncomfortably. "I didn't know that then," he says softly, pausing to look at me before he continues. "Anyway, I thought I had slept with Edward's fiancée. So I called Belle, because I would have loved to have that information," I say sarcastically as I pick up my wineglass. I take a big drink, swirl the remaining liquid in the glass, and then finish it off. When I set my glass down, Jasper reaches around Edward to fill it again. Emmett tries again, ignoring my acerbic remark. "So I was talking to B, getting the scoop on the fake engagement," he says. Looking at me again, and the bathroom door suddenly bangs open, he laughs. "And you squealed like a little girl," I interrupt, not quite able to contain my smirk. That part of the story amuses me, at least. When I look at Emmett, he smiles back at me, my favorite, deep-dimpled, happy Emmett grin. My sister taught me well, he chuckles. I know when to be brave around a woman and when to cower in fear. The look on Rose's face definitely scared the hell out of me. Everyone else at the table laughs and I note, grudgingly, that Rosalie blushes slightly and leans into Emmett. And I note that Emmett calls her Rose. And I throw up in my mouth a little. Well, not really, but this seems like a good time to do it. He tried to hide in a stall, she interjects, laughing. So she went into the one next to me and stood on the toilet seat to yell at me from above, Em says, looking affectionately at her. Shit, I've never seen him look at a woman that way before. Alec, E yelled at me and shoved me the first time I saw her, Jasper remarks, laughing. On the day we met, Bella flipped me off in my office and called me an asshole, Edward adds, squeezing my hand and looking at me. Semi-asshole, I correct, smiling as I lean over to kiss his cheek. He turns his head so that our lips meet instead. Twice. So I ran out of the stall, and she followed me again, Em continues. Recapturing everyone's attention, she cornered me up against the sinks, and I guess I got too close to the sensor that turns the faucet on automatically. And it was the sink that has too much water pressure, Rosalie laughs. On the 8th floor, Edward asks, then laughs when she says yes. That one also doesn't turn off for about 5 minutes. No shit, Edward, I know that now, Emmett replies sarcastically. The whole time she was yelling at me, the goddamn faucet was spraying cold water all over my ass. The whole table, me included, erupts in laughter then. Finally, I told him he was a stupid jackass and to get out of my sight, Rosalie says, giggling as she looks around the table at us. I stepped away from him and he started walking out the door, dripping water the whole way. What did you do then? Alice asks excitedly. Jesus, she's practically on the edge of her seat. He looked so cute with his wet butt and squeaky shoes I didn't feel like I had a choice, she answers quietly. Pausing to look at Emmett, I went after him, grabbed his arm to turn him around, and then jumped into his arms to kiss him. Alice claps her hands together happily. When she looks at me, I shake my head slightly at her, disgusted. She shrugs. I know she can't help it, she's such a hopeless romantic. I wasn't prepared for her to tackle me, so I stumbled backward into the dew. Just as someone opened it from the other side, Emmett laughs. So I went down, flat on my back, and Rose fell on top of me and knocked the wind out of me. And your hands were on my ass, she reminds him quietly. And my hands were on her ass, Emmett laughs. I also managed to knock down the guy coming into the bathroom. Who was my father? Rose finishes, laughing. She blushes so deeply at her blue eyes, the same color as Riley's, stand out even more. We all laugh as Emmett relates the conversation with Jack that followed, but I quickly get myself back under control. Although it was a funny story, it's going to take more than that to make me like her. When I look over as Jas, he winks at me for what has to be the 7th time since I got here, prompting me to roll my eyes. I held it in for the last 10 minutes. It was going to come out eventually. What the hell's wrong with you, Twitchy? I ask testily. He laughs, but Edward looks at me curiously until Jasper leans over to talk to Edward. This is often how Baby Swan disguises her feelings of discomfort. If she's afraid or hiding something, she acts like a bitch, Jas says. Edward nods in understanding. I glare at Jas as he continues. You should have heard her the night after she met you. When Jas looks at Emmett for confirmation, Emmett scrunches up his face. Sorry, Belle, but you were, he agrees hesitantly. Raging, laughing, Jas shifts his eyes to me and has the good sense to recognize the displeased look on my face. He looks at Em again and changes the subject. What were you hiding? Edward asks, lean in close as, thankfully, the table conversation moves on to whatever Jasper's talking about now. The way I felt about you, I admit, speaking quietly in his ear. I liked you already. I knew it was more than physical attraction. I did, too, he smiles, pulling back to look in my eyes. What are you hiding now? My desire to bludgeon Rosalie, I whisper. When he frowns slightly at me, I backpedal. I'm trying. Okay. For Emmett and for you. I drink more of my wine, and although I still don't talk directly to Rosalie, I am better able to tolerate her. When I excuse myself to go to the ladies' room before dessert, I'm really not surprised that she follows. She leaves me alone until we're both washing our hands. Bella, I want to apologize, she says quietly, meeting my gaze in the mirror. For my behavior in New York last summer. I was terrible to you. I nod, not willing to sugarcoat the resentment I feel. Why? She sighs as she opens her small bag and pulls out a lipstick. I do the same. I knew my dad was getting ready to throw my latest stepmother overboard, and I thought you were the new object of his affection. I wasn't, I remark dryly, putting the lid back on my lipstick and tossing it in my bag. So why did you bring up Edward's old girlfriend? I mean, if you thought I was interested in your dad. I didn't say I thought you were interested in my dad. I thought he was interested in you. She clarifies, turning to prop a hip against the counter and look at me. I mimic her stance. You, Edward, you two were easy to read. I could see you had a connection. The way you kept looking at him during your presentation for reassurance, the way he silently gave it every single time. I could tell something was cooking between you. Why would you care? I ask incredulously. Did you have feelings for him? No, no, God, no, she exclaims, laughing. He's not my type at all. It was about protecting the company. I didn't know if you were playing games with my dad with Edward. I wanted you gone. I wasn't playing games, I say quietly, dropping my eyes to the floor. I like and admire Jack very much, but there was never anything else even after Edward and I broke things off. I know that now, she nods. When Edward and I spent all that time together, he talked about you constantly. He was so annoyingly in love with you. I lift my eyes back up and she nods. For what it's worth, she continues softly, I did try to convince him to tell you what was going on. He was afraid James would hurt you. I know, he told me. Thank you for helping him with James, I say. Feeling like I owe her at least that. That took balls. Going against your family that way. James has been a creep his whole life, she says, shaking his head. My dad treated him like a son, and this is how James repaid him. But even I wasn't convinced that James was this evil until he threatened Alice and Riley and you. And until Edward heard from a business associate that James was shopping our billion-dollar software on the black market. At least he's in jail, I offer. For now, she hedges. He's pretty slippery. He'll probably weasel out of hard times somehow. But my dad is going to try and get him to sever his parental rights to Riley before he gets a plea deal. That's good, I nod. Have you met Riley? No, she says, swallowing loudly. Edward want Ed to wait until Alice was comfortable with me. I hope I've won her over a little tonight, and you, too. Her eyes look a little watery, but I'm determined to remain detached. Alice is great, I remark casually. Edward showed me some video of Riley on his phone a few weeks ago, she continues, smiling and sniffling. She's beautiful and smart and funny. Oh, crap, she's found my Achilles heel. I can still be a bitch to her if she likes my boyfriend and best friend, but if she loves Riley, I'm screwed. She's a great kid, I agree, not able to contain my smile. Everyone loves her. I know you're very protective of Emmett, she says quietly, taking a step closer to me. And he is of you, too. I know he values your opinion, so I hope you'll give me a chance to prove that I really care about him. I'm not sure yet how I feel about you, Rosalie, I say, even though I'm starting to think that we're more similar than different, at least in fiercely protecting the people and things we love. But Edward and Emmett both like you, and so I'd like to get to know you, have you get to know me. Deal. I take a deep breath and hold out my hand toward her. Deal, she answers, taking my hand and shaking it firmly. You know what a great way to get to know someone is. Her blue eyes shine mischievously. Smirking at her, I nod. Drink martinis and talk about boys. That's exactly what I was going to say, she laughs. Come on. The first round's on me. Sounds good, I reply. Crap, I'm kind of starting to like her. Blank, underscore, blank. During the next 2 weeks, thin GS between Edward and me continue to smooth out. We don't spend the night together every night, mostly because he's out of town for a few of them, but we talk every day. And I went with him to tell Jack about us. Jack was pleased. Edward sat on the couch with me when I gave my dad the news. He was less amenable than Jack. But I think he'll come around. Other parts of my life have settled back into the old routine as well. My boys and I have resumed our Thursday night dinners and expanded them to include Edward and Alice. Thankfully, Rosalie has been in New York, so I haven't had to face my warring emotions about her. I ended up having fun with her the night we were all at dinner, but I'm still reserving judgment until I know her better. I guess if there's no breakup before Rosalie moves here in June, I'll have to tolerate her at the very least. I might end up liking her, but that will definitely piss me off since I've spent so long hating her. This weekend, the third one since we returned from Florida, Edward and I put our deal back in place, up early to run on Saturdays and sleeping in on Sundays. So we ran this morning, so my legs are wobbly now that we're done. I am out of shape, I complain, collapsing onto Ned's couch as soon as we come in the front door. You did fine, Stell, he argues, walking past me to the kitchen. Maybe you're tired because I wore you out last night. I thought I wore you out last night, I call loudly, smiling when I'm rewarded with his laugh from the other room. It was a mutual effort, he says as he comes back into the living room. Agreed, I smile, sitting up and taking the bottle of water he hands me. When is Riley coming over? Couple of hours, he answers, sitting down next to me. I have to go home and get pajamas, I remark, looking over at him. No, you don't, he smirks as he leans his head against the back of the couch and props his feet on the coffee table. I'm not falling for that again, I reply, nudging him with my elbow. She just about caught us naked last weekend. Tonight we are keeping our clothes on, mister. All right, he says. Hurry though. Okay, I'll be back in 20 minutes, I answer, kissing him quickly as I stand. When I get home, the phone is ringing. It rings again, and again, frowning since Jasper's car is here, but he's not answering the phone. I rush to the kitchen. No one ever calls us on the landline, and as I pick it up, I don't even think to look at the caller ID. Lo, I say into the receiver, breathless from dashing into the kitchen. I set my keys and cell phone down on the counter. Well, it's about damn time, Mama Whitlock says indignantly. I was beginning to think that Seattle had fallen plumb into the ocean. Hi there, Mama, I laugh, hopping up to sit on the counter and kicking my shoes off. How are you and Big Daddy? How are we? I'll tell you how we are, little miss, she says sternly. We are tired of being avoided like yesterday's washing by our two youngest. Jasper and Joey are avoiding you. I ask, puzzled. No, Jasper and you are avoiding us, she says, sounding annoyed. I gulp. I've never been on the receiving end of one of these chastisements before. Neither of you has returned our phone calls for over a week. I'm sorry, Mama, I mumble, picking my cell phone up from the counter beside me. I type out a text to Jasper. Get your freaking ass to the kitchen. You should be sorry, she insists. Thoughtless children, the both of you. Why, Big Daddy's been worried to death that something terrible happened up there. I stifle the urge to giggle. Everything's fine, Mama, we've just been busy, I say, trying to soothe her. You've both got some explaining to do, she continues. My middle child never fails to call his mama every Sunday evening. Apparently the phones in Florida are still working fine. He had quite the story to tell 3 weeks ago. Gulping again, I type another text to Jas. I mean it, right now. Can you guess who the main character was in the tale Jeremy told me 3 weeks ago? Me, I ask meekly. And at Thanksgiving, I believe I gave you strict instruction. To let me know when that not too sharp ex-beau of yours came looking to get back what he lost. Did I not? You did, I admit quietly. As if she's standing right in front of me, I lower my eyes to the ground and feel my face heat in shame. Am I to understand, Bella, that you've taken the boy back? Yes, ma'am, I answer, looking up when I finally see Jasper walk into the kitchen, looking worried and freshly showered. What's wrong? He mouths. I'm gonna kill you, I mouth in reply as he comes to stand in front of me. Then I point at the phone. Your mama. He turns and tries to run away, but I grab the back of his t-shirt, pulling him back and then wrapping my legs around his torso from behind so he can't get away. Mama's going on and on about groveling and lily-livered jackasses. Finally, she pauses. You're happy? She asks, her tone quieter. Yes, ma'am, I answer. And what's this I hear about Jasper dating the sister? And she has a daughter. Is all that true as well? She asks, her volume increasing again. Yes, Mama, I say, releasing Jasper when he turns around. He probably heard her say his name. Alice and Riley. Jasper is happy, she asks. Yes, ma'am, he's happier than I've ever seen him. Well, that settles it then, she says. She puts Big Daddy on the phone to scold me a little more, but he's not nearly as frightening. At first, when I try to put Jas on the phone, Big Daddy says that's not necessary, then scares the hell out of me before we hang up. In a daze, I mumble a goodbye and push the off button on the cordless phone, then set it down on the counter. When I look up at Jas, his Texas skies are searching my face intently. What? He asks. Are they mad? Yeah, they're mad, I nod. We're both in trouble. Backing away from me, he chuckles a little. Well, luckily they live several states away. They'll be over it by the time we head down for Thanksgiving. What's that? 7 months. No, Jas, I whisper, slowly shaking my head. Oh, right, 8, he says. No, Jas, not 8 months. 5 days, I mutter. Jasper's eyes widen as understanding dawns on him. Mama and Big Daddy are coming to Seattle. We will continue in next part.